Rockford continues its six-day road trip in the state of Michigan as the Rivets take on the Battle Creek Battlejacks tonight from MCCU Field. Welcome in, everybody. Andre Magaro here on the Rockford Rivets Baseball Network. A little technical difficulties getting us off the ground tonight. Ty Crittenberger about to step into the right-handed batter's box to get things started here from MCCU Field. A little delayed start as well as the PA announcer mic was malfunctioning during the announcing of the starting lineup, so that was a little slow getting us underway as well. But as we look to settle in technically here, Ty Crittenberger, the Rockford leadoff man tonight against Battle Creek starter Dominic Hahn, right-hander from Michigan State University. Sixth start of the season, he's 1-1 with a 4.51 ERA so far this summer, as his first pitch is a called strike to Crittenberger at 6:38 local time for your first pitch. Crittenberger this season at a leadoff spot for Rockford, 327 hitter through 29 games. 3 home runs, 21 runs batted in. Takes low in the dirt, and the count's 1-1. Getting settled in here, learn a little bit more about Hahn. He's pitched 17 1/3 so far in the Northwoods League, allowed 8 earned runs, 11 overall on 21 hits. Crittenberger slashes one towards right field. It's easy for Isaiah Gibbs. Has it in straightaway right field for the first out of the ballgame. Rest of the Rockford lineup behind Crittenberger, the left-handed hitting Brody Harding plays second base, bats second. Then in the three-hole, Matthew Mebin, the righty bat, hits third. Then it's three straight lefties in the Rockford lineup. Ben Brantley, the DH, Dylan Robertson, the third baseman, and Dustin Allen, the right fielder. Tony Linwoodell, the Notre Dame catcher, in the 7-hole for his second game in a Rockford uniform, batting from the right side. Colton Klein, the left-handed hitting outfielder, hits eighth, and the switch-hitting shortstop Jeffrey Ince rounds it out at ninth. Crittenberger retired, one down top of the first. Here's Brody Harding, who takes over the inside edge of the zone for strike one. Harding, a 329 hitter through 22 games, 1 home run, 15 batted in. Had a big hit for Rockford last night. The RBI single that tied the game in the ninth inning. A wild affair as he jacks this one foul down the right field line. That had a lot of distance on it, but hooking to the right of the foul pole at the end. It's 0-2 to Harding. Hahn being a Big Ten arm, he's seen a lot of this Rockford lineup on numerous occasions so far this season. Harding, one of those guys he's seen in much succession. The 0-2 pitches, slapped foul, third base side. It whacks off the metallic back of the bleacher seats here at MCCU Field and stays 0-2 to Harding. But Hahn, obviously pitching at Michigan State, sees a lot of these Illinois Fighting Illini members. One of them is Harding. All time, Harding's 1 for 5 off Hahn. Hit a 3-run homer off of him as a member of the Rivets last summer when Hahn was a member of the Kenosha Kingfish. But here he rolls over to second base, and he's thrown out by Fisher Pyatt, 2 down here in the first. Battle Creek defense, you got Dylan Kark over at third base, Robbie Merced and Fisher Pyatt up the middle at shortstop and second, respectively. Joey Grabansky, man's first base. Jace Matkin in the outfield playing left, Isaiah Gibbs in right. That's the same as the night ago, but a new center fielder. It's Rafael Gomez Jr. Bobby Nichols gets the night off. Gabe Sotris behind the dish, catching Hahn. First pitch to Matthew Mebin, a line shot straight into the glove of Merced. Mebin retired on one pitch in a very efficient top of the first inning. As Hahn retires his side, 1-2-3 on just 7 pitches. Quick start from MCCU Field, scoreless through half an inning here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Familiar face on the mound for the Rockford Rivets, Ross Thompson, as we get set to go here in the bottom of the first from MCCU Field. Battle Jackson Rivets still scoreless. Thompson continues his resurgence here in the first half of the season. Sixth start, he's 2-1 with a 4.55 ERA. That is shrunk by 2.3 runs in his past two starts, where he's been lights out for the Rivets. 31 2/3 on the season, allowed 16 earned runs, walking 7, striking out 24. Fisher Pyatt, the leadoff man for Battle Creek. Switch hitting, second baseman will bat from the left side against the righty Thompson. Redshirt senior in the transfer portal has 1 year of eligibility remaining. His first pitch, a fastball just off the outside edge of the plate for ball 1. Pyatt out of that leadoff spot for Battle Creek, a 228 hitter. The San Diego State Aztec, a San Diego native. 2 home runs, 21 RBIs on the summer so far. Through 28 games, Thompson's up in the zone, and it's 2-0. Thompson, his last 2 starts against Wisconsin Rapids and Traverse City, 2 of the better offensive teams in the Northwoods League, as he's upstairs with the fastball again, 3-0. 14 2/3, he's only allowed 3 earned runs on 13 hits, walking 2, striking out 13. It's the most strikeouts he's had in back-to-back starts in his Northwoods League career, as his 3-0 finds the letters for strike 1 to Pyatt. Rest of that Battle Jacks lineup: Mills, Grabansky, Kark, Matkin, Merced, Sotris, Gibbs, Gomez. All from the right side except for Mills, who waits on deck, and the switch hitter Pyatt. Thompson floats in the off-speed for strike 2. That's the plus speed, or plus off-speed, I should say, for Thompson. Has the change-up curveball slider in his arsenal. Features a split-finger fastball in addition to a traditional heater. His 3-2 is just off the plate for ball 4. Just a little high and outside as the leadoff walk to Pyatt. Battle Creek has their first man aboard. And that is rare air for Thompson, who's only walked 2 batters in his last 2 starts combined. Has only walked more than 2 batters in a Northwoods League start twice in his 3-year career. But he's out of the zone with 4 to Pyatt to start things off. Here's the left-handed hitting Patrick Mills, DHing the night for the Battle Jacks. Infield a double play depth for the Rivets. First pitch from Thompson. Pounds the zone for strike 1 on a fastball. Mills a .333 hitter through 31 games. Couple of home runs, 29 runs batted in. Mills was 0 for 4 last night with a couple of strikeouts. Next pitch from Thompson. Breaking ball slashed the other way into left field. Racing on a diving catch made by Colton Klein, and then it pops out of his glove. Thought he had secured it to the ground. He pounds his fist into the glove as the ball just popped out as he landed on the rough surface in left field, diving over towards the foul territory line. It pops out of his glove. Pyatt up to third. Mills into second with a double. And Battle Creek has 2 in scoring position with nobody out in the first. Really good effort from Colton Klein out in left field, who sold out for the baseball and nearly had it. Loses it on the collision with the ground. Rockford keeps the infield back with 2 in scoring position. Nobody out for Joey Grabansky. 297 hitter, 4 home runs, 29 driven in. First pitch launched to left field. Klein has it measured up in the left center alleyway. Makes a catch with his weight behind him. Here's the throw to the plate as the runner tags. It's cut off by the third baseman as Ince races over to cover third. Throw back to second base is in time to nab the runner. Mills got caught too far off of second base. He tried to scamper towards third when the ball went into third base. It rolled in towards Jeff Ince as it over-launched the cutoff man. Ince was the one standing on third as Robertson, the third baseman, went to go cut off a potential throw to home. And when the ball rolled towards Ince and lost some traction on it, Mills was dancing off second base, thinking about going to third, and instead Ince backpicks and throws him out at second. So there's 2 outs. The bases are empty. Strike 1 to Dylan Kark, the cleanup man. It is a successful sacrifice fly for Grabansky. So he gets an RBI, a runner scores, and Pyatt. 2 outs, the bases are empty. This ball sent into center field. Krittenberger ranging over towards the alleyway. Makes the catch to retire the side. Wild first inning here from MCCU Field. Battle Creek gets the early lead on the sacrifice fly from Joey Grabansky. But a heads-up play from Jeff Ince limits the damage. 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. 1-0 Battle Creek through an inning here on the Rivets Baseball Network. 1-0 Battle Creek leads the Rockford Rivets headed to the top of the second inning. Brantley, Robertson, Allen, 4-5-6 due up for the Rivets here in this frame against Dominic Hann, who retired the side in order on just 8 pitches in the top of the first inning. Wild, very quick first inning. Ross Thompson did allow an earned run, but only threw 11 pitches in his own regard. Here's left-handed hitting DH Brantley. 303 hitter through 19 games. 1 home run, 7 batted in. The right-hander Hann out of Michigan State out of the windup. His first pitch, fastball outside, 1-0 the count. Brantley 1 for 4 in last night's series opener. Did have a strikeout. Hit some back-to-back games after a brief 0 for 11 stretch. He lines this one into left field. It'll get down on one hop in front of Jace Matkin, who is racing over towards the gap. So now Brantley with a hit in 3 straight starts. He's aboard to start the second for Rockford. And a lot of early count swings so far from 2 fastball-heavy pitchers in this one. Had some wild plays in that bottom of the first inning as Dylan Robertson steps up into the left-handed batter's box. He's a 281 hitter so far, just through 26 games. 3 doubles, 6 runs batted in. Of course, the first 2 reach for Battle Creek. A leadoff walk and then a double down the left field line that left fielder Colton Klein made a diving effort for down the line. The ball went into the palm of his glove and then popped out as he collided with the ground. First pitch off speed from Hann, bounced in for ball 1, blocked by Sotris. But it bounced down to the glove of Klein and allowed 2 to get in scoring position with nobody out. Then the 3-hole man Grabansky hits a sac fly to left field. The throw comes in, takes an awkward hop towards the third baseman, rather the shortstop Ince, who was covering third base. He goes after the baseball that had sputtered away from him, and the runner on second tried to advance to third and then was backpicked and thrown out as Robertson hits a lazy fly ball to left. He's retired on the catch from Matkin. So Brantley retreats to first. Dustin Allen coming to bat for Rockford with 1 down and a runner on here in the top of the second. Rivets trailing 1-0. Just Allen's 3rd game in a Rivets uniform. The left-handed hitting outfielder, 1 for his first 7. He was 1 for 3 with a single hard hit through the right side in last night's game. He's got some room on the right side of the infield. Grabansky's holding on the runner at first. Middle infielders are pinched for Battle Creek to turn 2. Hann fires in a first pitch slider to Allen for strike 1. Typically just a 3-pitch mix for Dominic Hann, but really just uses 2 of them. He's very heavy on the fastball, also features a slider as well. The occasional changeup to lefties, and then a curveball that he will throw in the Northwoods League, but you only see it about 4% of the time. Next pitch to Allen is smacked into left center field. Matkin racing in. He's been busy in this half inning, but it lands on one hop in front of him. His throw to second base forces Pyatt off the bag. Brantley got a late jump on that because Matkin was playing shallow in left center field, but he couldn't catch the baseball rushing in. Brantley paused momentarily before taking off for second, but reaches there safely. 2 singles in the frame for Rockford. They've got 2 on with 1 out. 3 2-pitch at-bats so far for the Rivets. Only 6 pitches thrown from Dominic Hann so far in this inning. Brings up Tony Linwoodell, the 7-hole man, right-handed hitting catcher out of Notre Dame. Choked up on the bat is Hann. The right-hander fires a fastball over the outer edge for strike 1. Linwoodell's just his 2nd game for the Rivets. He's 1 for 4, did have an RBI triple in his debut at home against the Madison Mallards. Brantley on second, Allen on first. 2 singles in the frame for Rockford, trying to bounce back from Battle Creek's early tally. His time is called from Linwoodell. Redshirt freshman catcher from St. Louis. Casts his hands out far from his jersey, wiggles him off his right shoulder as he swings and misses at a fastball. The count's 0-2. 68% heater from Hann, who maxes out, or averages, I should say, around 90 miles an hour. Slider only has a 13% chase rate, so important that he throws it for a strike. His off-speed sits in the high 70s. Set the belt with a bright clean glove. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's a slider way out of the zone. Good block from Sotris, sliding over to his right. These 2 have worked together previously. Sotris also a veteran over on the Michigan State baseball team, so he's caught Hann before. The 2 on the same page there. Good block makes it 1-2 to Linwoodell, and the runners stay put. Hand looks back the runner at second, now fires home. Fastball way outside. Sotris once again sliding over to his right. The count's 2-2. Matchup between Notre Dame in the box and Michigan State on the mound and behind the dish between the battery pair. Might soon be an interconference affair for all we know, with the massive leapfrogging being done in college sports. 1-2 pitch, tapped on the ground, foul over towards third base. Kark, another Michigan State man, fielded that one right along the bag. Looked all the way like our home plate umpire for tonight, Brady Paris, was going to signal it was a foul ball, but by the time Kark fielded it, it looked like it was about to spin back into fair territory. Regardless, it stays 2-2 to Linwoodell. That could have been a tailor-made double play ball to get Battle Creek out of the inning, as Kark was already standing on the third base bag when he went to go field that ball, and could have probably thrown out Linwoodell at first to end the inning. Regardless, still 2 on for Rockford. Brantley on second, Allen on first. And the 2-2 on the way from Hand. He kicks and deals. Swung on, popped up. In foul territory, Sotris off with the mask, racing over towards the seats, but it's about 2 rows deep in the stands here at MCCU Field as a fan collects a souvenir. There is a lot of foul territory in the backstop and down the lines here at MCCU Field. The fencing juts outward to make room for the bullpens down either line. Before jutting back in, there's a packed party porch out down in left field called the Bud Light Doghouse that juts back in and prevents very little room and foul territory down the left field line. The right field line, a little more superfluous. There's just a clubhouse and some batting cages off to the side. 2-2 pitch. Fastball's just down low and the count's full. Good battle and a rare deep count against Hand so far early in this game for Tony Linwoodell. Just 4 at-bats for him in Notre Dame this season, sparing action in 7 games. Did not play redshirting in 2021. Infield back for Battle Creek. Payoff on the way. Swung on, smacked foul again, first base side. It'll reach the seats. Count stays at 3-2. If anything, this gives starter Ross Thompson a little bit of a breather. 11 chaotic pitches in that first inning and a quick top of the first for Dominic Hand. Now stretching him out a little bit more. Operates on the first base side of the mound. Hands come clasped at the belt. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Swung on, sprayed foul again. Out of play, first base side. Hand has not gone particularly deep into any games this season in the Northwoods League. His last outing was last Saturday here against Kalamazoo. All his starts have been in MCCU Field for the Battle Jacks. Went 4 innings, allowed 2 earned runs on 8 hits, walking none, striking out 2. His longest outing of the summer was only 5 innings. That was June 19th against Kokomo. Another payoff on the way. Runners take off. Pitches inside for ball 4. Linwoodell shrugged his shoulder out of the way as the runners took off. But it is ball 4. It's the first walk for Hand. Someone who also is pretty unfamiliar with walking banners. Just his 7th walk of the season, and the bases are loaded with 1 out for Colton Klein. Well, Klein chances to make amends here in the top of the 2nd inning after selling out for a ball down the left field line in the first and having to just pop out of his glove. He's a .250 hitter through 19 games. His 1 home run this season was a grand slam against Battle Creek. First pitch from Hands, a fastball off the plate, 1-0. 7 RBIs for Klein, 6 of them came the first time these 2 teams tangoed in a 4-game set in Rockford. He went 3 for 10 with a grand slam, a triple, and a double in that series. Plenty of extra base pop against the Battle Jacks. Here's the 1-0. It's another fastball. This time it's right on the outside edge to even the count to Klein. His last action was Tuesday in Madison. Went 2 for 4 with a double. Hits in 3 of his 5 starts. He's been swinging the bat as of late a lot better, has the left-handed hitting outfielder from Carthage College. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. And snapped a late curveball there. And the count goes to 1-2 to Klein. Rockford's loaded the bases here in the 2nd. looking for some damage on offense. Took the Rivets until the 9th inning to score in last night's loss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul ball straight back. One and 2 the count. Rest of the infield is back for the Battle Jacks with the exception of Dylan Kark, who's in on the grass, cut out at third. No runners being held on. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Klein, who fiddles with the bat on his left shoulder, now brings it to rest. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. It's another curveball from Hand. Klein goes down swinging. First strikeout of the game, and there's 2 down in the second. Bases remain loaded. It brings up the 9-hole man, Jeff Ince. Switch hitting shortstop will bat from the left side against Hand. Ince just 7 for 47 through 16 games this summer. A double and 2 runs batted in, but has been swinging a hotter bat as of late. First pitch from Hand. Fastball up and away, 1-0. Hits in 3 straight starts for Ince for the first time all season. Went 3 for 11 with a couple of walks in the Madison series. First action here against Battle Creek. 1-0. Swing and a ground ball sent towards third. Kark fields it off to his left-hand side with just the glove hand. Walks it over to the third base bag to erase Allen and end the inning. 5 unassisted on the fielder's choice. Rockford leaves the bases loaded in the second. They trail 1-0 through an inning and a half here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the second from MCCU Field. Battle Creek leads Rockford 1-0. Early offense and an RBI sacrifice fly from Joey Grabansky against starter Ross Thompson, who finessed his way through 4 hitters on just 11 pitches in the first inning. Staying low in the pitch count, pitching to contact early. He'll face Matkin, Merced, Sotris, 5-6-7 in the Battle Creek lineup here in the second inning. Here's Jace Matkin. Right-handed hitting outfielder's a .275 hitter through 26 games this summer. 2 home runs, 16 runs batted in. First pitch you'll see from Ross Thompson. Fastball swung on, popped up. Playable in foul territory, first base side. The first baseman, Mebin, racing over as it drifts out of play. Just beyond the fencing of the concourse here at MCCU Field. Second life for Matkin. Last night, 0 for 1, but was walked in, hit by a pitch. Came out of the game late on as Rafael Gomez Jr. was his defensive replacement in the Battle Creek lineup. 0-1 from Thompson. Fastball low. Counts 1-1. Matkin's had some polarizing games against the Rivets this season. He's 6 for 17 on the campaign against Rockford. Of course, the 4 for 6 2-homer game at Rivets Stadium. This one's popped up again on the right side. Linwoodell and Mebin give it a look, but it's off the metallic seats, just a couple feet behind the Battle Creek dugout. So Mackin, couple of high pop-ups that have reached the seats and given them some second life here. The count's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Really good crowd on hand here at MCCU Field. They do have banners that cover up 2 sections of their seating on either side, but the rest of the seats almost full. About 800 to 1,000 expected to be on hand tonight for this game. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball's a called. Strike 3. Thompson slider finds the outside edge. Mackin down looking. First strikeout for Ross Thompson. 1 down here in the second. Couple of late swings on the fastball for Mackin, and then Thompson finds the corner of the strike zone, snapping a slider across the zone to the right-handed bat. He's retired. Here's Robbie Merced. 222 average on the season. First pitch from Thompson comes right back. This time a curveball buckles the knees of Merced right across the middle of the zone for strike 1. Couple of home runs, 16 RBIs for Merced. He has hits in 4 straight starts, was 1 for 2 with a walk last night. Next pitch from Thompson went right back to the curveball, this time just off the plate. The count's even. Merced, really professional hitter, batting a little higher in the lineup tonight for the Battle Jacks as he swings through a Thompson fastball. The count goes to 1-2. 444 average this season at Central Methodist University, the NAIA institution in Fayette, Missouri. Played 57 games for them and hit 24 home runs. He's got some sneaky pop. 1-2 is popped foul on the first base side off the roofing of the bleacher seats, held up by light blue metallic pillars. And it comes crashing back down over by the field level seating where some fans can grab a souvenir. Count stays at 1-2 to Merced. Thompson kicks and deals the next offering. It's laced towards left field. Klein racing over towards the foul line. Has a play on it. Slides down over by the Rivets bullpen feet first. He can't make the catch, and a cloud of dust kicks up in front of him, drifting just short of Colton Klein as it was hooking towards foul territory the entire way in left field. And a warning track that is well over 100 years old here at MCCU Field carries plenty of dust and debris with it. There's still a cloud of smoke over by the Rivets relievers as Klein's back out in left field. Next 1-2 pitch. Tapper over towards third. High hop for Robertson behind the third base bag. His throw across in time to nail Merced. 2 down. Two up, 2 down in the second inning. Round of applause from the crowd for the bat dog, Brutus, who's carrying the lumber back towards the Battle Creek dugout. Man's best friend does his job. 2 outs, nobody on for Gabe Sotres. Tonight's catcher for the Battle Jacks hits from the right side against Thompson. It's just the 11th game of the summer for Sotres, who's been here nearly all season for the Battle Jacks, but a very deep catcher position for Battle Creek. He's finding games hard to come by. Also has struggled offensively as Thompson gets him to swing through a fastball, the first pitch of their encounter. Sotres is just 7 for 30 so far this summer. 3 of his hits are for extra bases, 2 doubles and a triple, 4 batted in. Thompson's 0-1 on the way. Swing and a miss, another fastball. Beats him to the spot, he's down in the count 0-2. Really big bounce back inning from Ross Thompson, who of course had the leadoff walk, was hit hard from Patrick Mills, but from that point on really bared down against some of these Battle Creek bats. He's gotten ahead of all 3 in the inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's a called strike 3. Fastball's pain on the outside edge. Thompson's second looking strikeout of the inning, and a 1-2-3 frame in the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. 1-0 Battle Creek as we head to the third here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Top of the order, due up for the Rivets here in the top of the third. They trail the Battle Creek Battlejacks 1-0 on the road. Day 2 of a 4-day Michigan road trip for Rockford. Crittenberger 0 for 1 today. He leads things off. Rockford center fielder out of Western Kentucky flew out to right field to lead off the ball game. Dominic Hand bent but did not break in the second inning, leaving the bases stranded full of Rivets. First pitch to Crittenberger, just low in the zone for ball 1 as he tried to sneak a fastball by Ty. 1-0 the count. Rockford continues to struggle on the road, especially offensively. 1-0, this one's chopped third base side, but fielded in foul territory by the third baseman Kark, who was in on the cutout, protecting against a potential Crittenberger bunt. The count's 1-1. Rockford's batting average with the bases loaded as a team this season, though they do have 3 grand slams, now dips down towards 220 on the season, and their batting average on the road is about the same compared to the 280 average they have at Rivets Stadium, as Hand drops in off speed right at the letters for strike 2. That was a slider to Crittenberger. Counts 1-2. Rockford has really struggled to hit away from Rivets Stadium and beginning to become a theme for this team about halfway through the season. 1-2, swing and a miss. Slider dropped off the table to Crittenberger. Sotris throws down to first to complete the strikeout. Crittenberger retired via the K. Second strikeout for Hand, 1 down in the third. That brings up Brody Harding. Grounded out the second his first time up. He's 0 for 1. And this all Big Ten affair. First pitch from the Michigan State man, Hand, is slashed foul on the third base side, out of play. 0-1 to Harding. I talked about these two being very familiar with one another. They've met twice in Big Ten play collegiately, and also twice now in the Northwoods League. 0-1, Harding takes a called strike fastball right on the outside edge. He's quickly down 0-2. Of course, Hand's a returning Northwoods League player, but played for Mike Porcaro in the Kenosha Kingfish last summer. They had a big Michigan State pipeline on that team. 0-2. Harding smacks a line drive into left center field, racing over Gomez and Mackin, and falls in between them for a base hit. Good piece of opposite field hitting for Brody Harding. Now has hits in both games of this series. Third Rockford hit of the day. He's aboard with 1 out here in the third. But you had a lot of Michigan State Spartans on that Kenosha team last summer. Mitch Jebb, one of them now in the Cape Cod League, and a couple others as well. Hand was one of them. But with the ownership and coaching change in Kenosha, it's opened the door for Battle Creek to be more of a pipeline for some Spartans. There's about 4 or 5 Michigan State players on this Battlejacks roster, Hand being one of them. So he comes back to the Great Lakes East and sees more of his buddy Brody Harding, who now has his second career hit off Dominic Hand as Matthew Mebane takes away for ball 1. Mebane a first pitch liner to the shortstop Merced, his first time up. Merced playing him to pull over in the hole, despite a double play being in order for the Battlejacks. You've got Pyatt just a couple steps away from the second base bag, playing behind it. Next pitch to Mebane, swing and a miss. Hand back even in the count. Mebane's somebody that likes hitting the ball the opposite way, and there is a huge hole on the right side of the infield. They're basically asking him to hit one there. Grabansky's holding on the runner over at first, and aforementioned second baseman Pyatt way over towards the bag. Mebane fouls a pitch straight down behind the catcher Sotris. He's down in the count 1-2. No RBIs last night for your Northwoods League RBI leader with 34 on the season, but he did reach on an error in the 9th and score the tying run for the Rivets off the Harding RBI single. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Mebane swings and sends an elevated fastball fouled back into the Battle Creek dugout. Stays at 1-2. Righty on righty matchup as Mebane twirls the bat head a couple times and has it come to rest, rotating off his right shoulder. Runner goes, 1-2 pitch is an elevated fastball, swung on a miss. The throw to second has Harding nailed by a country mile. Ball was waiting for him there. He's caught stealing. Mebane, a strikeout at a pitch above his eyebrows. It's the third strikeout for Hand. Side is retired in order for Rockford in the third. No runs on a hit, no errors. Nobody left on base. 1-0 Battle Creek head to the bottom of the third here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the third from Battle Creek, 8-9-1 due up for the Battle Jacks. They lead 1-0. Isaiah Gibbs, Rafael Gomez, and Fisher Pyatt, the scheduled hitters. Against Rockford starter Ross Thompson. Isaiah Gibbs, tonight's right fielder, set to step into the right-handed batter's box. Only hitting 192 through 21 games, 4 doubles, 6 runs batted in. Stands upright in the righty box is Thompson, the right-hander from Heidelberg. Deals a fastball tight, 1-0. Gibbs has seen success against Rockford this season, though he's 3 for 9 in his at-bats against the Rivets, who went 0 for 2 last night's series opener here at MCCU Field. He swings and sends a bouncing ball foul on the third base side. The count's even at 1-1. Rivets offense continues to struggle here on the road. Gets a 1-out single, but a swing, strikeout, throw-out, double play, This one's hit on the ground towards third. Robertson on the short hop plucks it off the ground from his left hip and throws across in time to nail Gibbs for the first out. Strike him out, throw him out, double play. Ended the third for Rockford. Gets hand out of that situation as Gibbs is retired. It brings up Rafael Gomez Jr. Gomez didn't start last night's game, but did come on late. Was a defensive replacement in right field. First pitch from Thompson to him. He shows bunt. Bunts it down towards third. Robertson was already creeping in. His throw on the run is not in time. Was a really accurate throw to Mebin, who picked it on the short hop, but Gomez just beats it out. There's that speed of play from Rafael Gomez Jr. A bunt base hit when Rockford knew it was coming. Robertson did all he could on that play. He was already rushing in as soon as that ball was bunted up the third base line. Head coach JT Scarra is coming out for a mound visit, it looks like. Now, it's going to be to talk to the umpiring crew, and I figured that was the case. He's talking to first base umpire Zach Tessner because he believes that Gomez was out. I mean, it was a bang-bang play over at first base, really tight. Scarra wants an explanation, thinking that the throw from Robertson might have beaten the play, rather, but he's going to head back to the dugout unsuccessful on that occasion. It's just the second hit for the Battle Jacks, but it turns the lineup over for Fisher Pyatt. Gomez has plenty of speed. Was showing bunt representing, with the winning run on base in the bottom of the ninth last night. Was eventually walked as 3 wild pitches scored the runner from first on that occasion. Here's Pyatt. He'll check on the runner at first. He's back with that at first dive. Gomez, definitely a threat to steal for this Battle Creek team. Pyatt walked and scored back in the first. Gomez not very aggressive with the leadoff first. Now he's starting to get a more aggressive secondary. Thompson, he'll throw back to first again, and sliding in safely with the head first dive is Gomez. He's 9 for 10 with Battle Creek stealing bases. He does have 4 of his 9 stolen bases against the Rivets this season, so he's had success against Rockford in particular. But Linwoodell behind the dish did not play in that first series between these two teams. Infield a double play depth. First pitch to Pyatt. It's a fastball that splits the plate for strike one. Since stealing those 4 bags in 4 games against the Rivets, Gomez only has 3 stolen bases in the 13 games since. So third move back already for Thompson, and Gomez head first dive in safely once more. 0-1 still the count to Pyatt, the lefty bat. Here's the next pitch, swing and a miss. Thompson's changeup ducked inside towards the back foot. Pyatt came up empty on the swing. He's down to the count 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Thompson takes a long time, paused on the mound. Now kicks and deals home. The 0-2 is off the glove of Linwoodell, taken for ball 1 just below the knees. There's another slider with a lot of sinking action in it, but Pyatt was able to hold up on the check swing. Wasn't sure initially if he got a piece of that or if Linwoodell just dropped it. Looks like the latter as the count shows 1-2 on the scoreboard. Gomez more aggressive with his lead. The throw to first. Not in time again. Boy, Thompson's hot on the mound. A number of Rockford infielders are frustrated because Gomez was leaning towards second. Thompson threw back. He had to catch his weight on the first base side, dive back in, and it looked like Mebane had him that time. Second time, Gomez beats out a play that was neck and neck. He's dancing off of first base. This pitch is off the glove of Linwoodell, off the high fastball, but it ricochets off the home plate umpire Parrish and stays within range of the Notre Dame catcher. So Gomez doesn't try to advance, despite Linwoodell not corralling the baseball. The count's 2-2 to Pyatt. Gomez off of the pitch, the 2-2, swung on, tapped towards first, but it's foul. Count stays at 2-2. Gomez back to first base. Looking like he might take off again on this pitch. Very aggressive with the lead. He stays put. Thompson's pitch home. Curveball in the dirt, blocked by Linwoodell. The count's full. You can tell the antics over on first base from Gomez starting to affect Thompson on the mound ever so slightly. 3-2 count, 1 out. This is a textbook count for the runner to go. Wonder if Thompson will pick back over. Infield still double play depth. Thompson set. Hands waved away from his belt. The 3-2 was down low. Ball 4. Gomez was off with the pitch. It doesn't matter. It's a 1-out walk. Second time Pyatt's walked in this game. And the second time Thompson has walked a batter as there's 2 on with 1 out here in the third. So here's Patrick Mills, who has the only big knock of this game. A double popped out of the glove of Colton Klein in left field in the first. That set Battle Creek up for the sac fly from Grabansky as Thompson's low and away with ball 1. He lets out a big huff, squaring his shoulders down after receiving the baseball back from Linwoodell. He's growing a little frustrated early on in this outing, as you can tell. On the third base side of the rubber, set at the belt. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a ball slashed foul on the third base side into the seats. 1-1 the count. Mills lost a streak last night of 4 straight games with an RBI. He went 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. 7 for his last 23. Has had success against the Rivets this season. Thompson spins back towards second. There's nobody there to cover Gomez, who won't even go back to the bag. We'll see if Ince creeps in now from shortstop. He's the closest one to second base with the left-handed hitting Mills. Obviously inclined to pull to the right side. He sends one deep to right field. Allen going back into the alleyway. He won't get there. It splits the gap and one hops off the base of the wall. Gomez will jog home to score. Getting the wave around is Pyatt as Patrick Mills is upstanding on third base. A 2 RBI triple from Patrick Mills, his second extra base hit of the game, and Battle Creek leads it 3-0. RBIs number 30 and 31 for Mills. Battle Creek has gotten to Ross Thompson early in this one. Just 3 earned runs allowed in his last 2 starts, spanning over 14 innings, but they've got 3 across already, and just 1 out with the runner on third. Infield comes in against Joey Grabansky, who swings and sends a high fly ball to left field. Klein started in, now goes back, gets his weight behind him. He catches it on the run. His throw home is not in time. It comes bouncing in on a couple of hops in front of Linwoodell. Mills tags and scores. It's a second straight sacked fly for Grabansky. He now has 2 RBIs tonight as Mills scores and makes it 4-0 Battle Jacks. This game's gotten away from Rockford quickly. 4-0 with 2 down in the third for Dylan Kark. He flew out to center field his first time up. Pitches upstairs for a ball. 2 RBIs for Mills, 2 RBIs for Grabansky. The 2 and 3 hole hitters have done their job for the Battle Jacks in this game. 1-0. Finds the top of the zone for strike 1. The breaking ball from Thompson dropped in towards the top of the zone. Rockford's going to have some work to do here, but Thompson working quickly on the mound. The 1-1 swung on and missed. With the way they've been hitting the ball on the road recently, it doesn't look very good for them. 4 runs, a steep mountain to climb. Dominic Hand has shown some chinks in the armor. We'll have to see what the bats do. 1-2 pitch. Low in the dirt. Kark doesn't chase. The count's 2-2. You can tell that bunt single from Gomez changed the total complexion of this inning. Was a really close play at first base, and then Rockford probably had him picked off. The 2-2's outside, counts full. But Zach Tessner singles that he's safe over at first base. And then from there, a walk, a triple, and a sac fly. Played 3 for the Battle Jacks. 3-2's hit on the ground towards short. Ince goes around on it. It hops off his glove hand into his bare hand. He throws to first base in time. Athletic play. Jeff Ince tried to scoop it, charging in from short. It kicked off his glove hand midair, snagged it with the bare hand, and threw across the diamond to nail Kark. That ends the inning, but Battle Creek does score 3 runs on 2 hits. No errors, nobody left on base. The Battle Jacks, timely offense, give them a 4-0 lead headed to the 4th here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Rockford's got some work to do. They trail by 4 headed to the 4th inning. Brantley, Robertson, Allen, 4, 5, 6. Scheduled it for the Rivets against starter Dominic Hann. Hann's been really sharp so far. Allowed the bases to be loaded in the 2nd, but stranded them there. No runs on 3 hits for the Rivets. 4 runs on 3 hits for Battle Creek. Timely offense has been the story of the game as Hann finds the outside edge for strike 1 to Brantley. Brantley did single his first time up in the 2nd to lead off the frame. Same part of the Rivets order that got the offense started last time up. Pitch is low, 1-1 the count. Here's the 1-1. Inside, Brantley lifts his hands in the air and takes for ball 2. 2-1 on the way from Hann. Down low, count goes to 3-1. Three balls and a strike. Down low, ball 4. Brantley takes the walk. He's reached twice so far today and has many plate appearances. It's the 2nd walk for Hann. So leadoff base runner for Rockford. Trying to get something started offensively here. They have not found their offense yet in this series on this road trip. Brings up Dylan Robertson. Flew out to left field his first time up. 0 for 1 tonight. Couple of head bobs from Robertson as home plate's cleaned off before he can step into the lefty box. Does his little shuffle of the feet before getting set with the open stance. Twirling the bat head out in front and now wiggling it off his left shoulder. Hand set out of the stretch. First pitch is a fastball high, 1-0. Got the third baseman Kark, Hann's Michigan State teammate, scooching in towards the cutout over at third base. Infield, or the middle infield, I should say, double play depth for the Battle Jacks. 1-0. Fastball upstairs, 2 balls and no strikes. Robertson did not start last night's game, but came in as a pinch hitter in the 9th. Did signal off Anthony Tejeda, Battle Creek closer, but Harding on that play was trying to score the go-ahead run for Rockford, was thrown out at home by Bobby Nichols. Play that ended the 9th inning for Rockford. Of course, Battle Creek eventually walking it off in the bottom half of the 9th. Robertson takes upstairs. It counts 3-0. Robertson was 0 for 8 to end the Madison series as the third baseman Kark whispers into the ear of his Michigan State teammate some encouragement on the mound before he retreats back to his spot at third base for the 3-0. They will charge a mound visit to Battle Creek. Caleb Lang not too happy about that in the Battle Jacks dugout, but home plate umpire does signal that it counts as a mound visit. So it's 3-0 to Robertson. Kark is still up on the cutout at third base. Brantley leading off first. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 4. Back-to-back walks for Hann. That was the 4-pitch variety. He's only thrown 1 strike in the inning. His third walk and 2 on for Rockford here in the 4th. The third of 3 straight lefties for Rockford is Dustin Allen. There's another mound visit here. This time the Battle Creek pitching coach comes out to meet with the infield. Dustin Allen did signal his first time up. So 2 mound visits in successive pitches for Battle Creek. They're really trying to settle down Hann. Not a lot of confidence in him. There is already arms up and throwing in the Battle Creek bullpen. They have a 4-run lead in the 4th inning. Like I said, Hann hasn't gone particularly deep into games. Deepest he's gone into a game was 5 innings on June 19th against Kokomo, where he allowed 0 earned runs, had a season-high 86 pitches. He's pitch count's not particularly high right now. We'll set to face Allen here. Third of 3 straight lefties for Rockford. Rivets have 2 on, trailing by 4 here in the top half of the fourth. First pitch swinging is Allen. He sends a flare foul over towards the party porch down the left field line. Counts 0-1. It's in back-to-back games for Allen. His third game since arriving from his brief stint in the Futures League after playing collegiately at the University of San Diego this past year. No balls in 1 strike. In sight, counts even at 1-1. We'll see here. Battle Creek obviously not playing around. If Han is to load the bases again, there might be a move to the bullpen being made. They've already used 2 mound visits now in the frame. Corners are up for the Battle Jacks. Middle infield back to turn 2. 1-1 the count to Dustin Allen. Here's the pitch. Swung on, laced towards center field. Gomez has good range. He gets back on the baseball, makes the catch and straightaway center. Brantley will tag, tests the arm of the center fielder, who makes a plus throw into third. So Brantley retreats to the second base bag. Allen hit that ball hard, but he's retired for out number 1. So 1 out in the frame, still 2 on for Tony Linwoodell. And a big first out for Dominic Han, albeit very hard hit from the San Diego outfielder. Right-handed hitting catcher Linwoodell walked after working a deep count against Han. First time up in the second. Worked about a 10-pitch at-bat, was able to find his way to first base via the free pass. Of course, the other 2 walks for Han have come in succession in this inning. First pitch to Linwoodell, swung on, driven down the left field line. It hooks well foul over towards that Bud Light doghouse, the party porch in left field. Was a heat-seeking missile over the head of the Rivets relievers into that party area. Of course, the Rockford bullpen buried in that corner. The count's 0-1 to Linwoodell. Probably the hardest Tony's hit a baseball in a Rivets uniform, albeit in his brief stint so far this summer. No balls in 1 strike. The pitch from Han. And it hits Linwoodell in the back. Han tried to throw the slider. Could see it was off speed, but it hits Linwoodell square between the golden 2 and 8 on his gray jersey. And now the bases are loaded with 1 out for Rockford again. Same part of the lineup that loaded the bases in the second, but they were unable to plate any runs with the bottom of the order. It's another big spot for Colton Klein. Let's see if the left-handed bat can make amends here. Again, the Rivets batting just .220 with the bases loaded this season, but they have 3 grand slams. Klein had 1 of them. It was against the Battle Jacks earlier this year at Rivets Stadium. 7 RBIs on the season. 6 have come from Battle Creek. First pitch swinging. Pulls off the fastball for strike 1. And Klein was looking for grand slam number 2 right there. Had his eyes out towards the right center gap when he swung through that pitch. Third baseman Kark's in on the cutout. Rest of the infield back for the Battle Jacks. Hands 0-1. Swung on, lined up the middle. In between the legs of Han. It kicks off his leg out towards the left of the mound. He doesn't have a throw. Everybody's safe. A heat-seeking ground ball from Klein kicks off the leg of the man on the mound. An infield single brings home Brantley to score, makes it a 4-run game. Bases are still loaded with 1 man down. Colton Klein, 8th RBI of the season. He comes through against Battle Creek again. Bases remain loaded with 1 out for Jeff Ince. Kark still up at third. Rest of the infield back. First pitch to the switch hitting shortstop Ince is fouled straight back. 0-1 to Ince, who grounded into a fielder's choice to end the second. That's what left the bases stranded for Rockford. Hands conceded 1. He stays in the game looking to get out of trouble here. If Ince can find a gap, it could tie the ball game. 0-1's down low. Counts even. Dominic Han did see success against the Rivets in his time with Kenosha. 3 games started against the Rivets, but out a 6.55 ERA despite going 1-1. Next pitch to Ince is popped foul on the third base side. Counts 1-2. At a 5.92 ERA overall last summer for the Kingfish, making 11 appearances in both relief and starting. It's gotten ahead of Ince here 1-2. Out of the windup, the pitch. Down low, it hits Ince, and it'll force in a run. He bounced in the slider. It hit the shoe top of the Rockford shortstop. He'll take his third RBI of the season via the hit by pitch as Robertson jogs home to score. It's a 4-2 game. The bases remain loaded. It's a 2-strike mistake from Han, one you can't afford to make in that spot. The bases are still loaded with 1 out, and here comes Ty Krittenberger. He is 0 for 2 today against Dominic Han. He's flown out to right and struck out. Boy, this would be a big spot for Ty. 21 RBI, second most on the team. First pitch from Han. Fastball splits the plate for strike 1. 6-game hitting streak for Krittenberger. He's hitting .476 in that time. Looking to extend it here. No balls, 1 strike. The slow pitch out of the windup. Fouled straight back. Got the slider on that occasion. He's down in the count 0-2. Rockford's played it 2 here in the 4th inning. Looking to bounce back from a 4-0 deficit. It's right-handed hitting Ty Krittenberger. Against the righty arm, starting on the mound for Battle Creek, Dominic Han. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Left upstairs, a fastball just above the letters. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Krittenberger has a hit in all 4 games against the Battle Jacks this season. Did homer against them back at Rivets Stadium. 1-2. Well off the plate with the changeup, counts 2 balls and 2 strikes. Krittenberger's worked himself back into the count. Bases loaded full of Rivets. They've already played at 2 in the frame. A 4-2 ball game. Battle Creek leads. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded foul, third base side. Good fight from Krittenberger, who stays alive. We don't normally see this from Krittenberger, but he is way choked up on the bat here with 2 strikes. Looking to shorten up that swing, find a way to get Rockford some runs. 2 balls, 2 strikes will do it again. 6th pitch of the interaction with Han. Here's the pitch. Outside, Sotris slides across into the lefty box to catch the pitch. Off-speed delivery misses the zone. The count's full. And another delivery out of the zone would force in Rockford's 3rd run of the frame. 21 RBIs for Krittenberger, looking to add on here. A big payoff on the way with 1 out and the bases juiced. Here's the pitch from Han. Swung on, grounded up the middle. Could be 2. High hop for Merced. Shuffles the pie for 1. His relay to first is in time. 6-4-3 double play ball gets Battle Creek out of a major jam here in the 4th. Rockford unable to tie the game, but they do get 2 runs across. Just 1 hit, no errors, 3 men left. 4-2 ball game, head to the bottom of the 4th. You're on the Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the fourth inning, Rockford shows a little life. They trail by 2 into the bottom of the frame. Matkin, Merced, Sotris. 5, 6, 7, due up for Battle Creek in the frame against Rockford starter Ross Thompson. Right-hander in the transfer portal out of Heidelberg University. Matkin, one of Thompson's 2 strikeout victims in the second. The first pitch from the right-hander is down low for ball 1 on the fastball. Thompson working with a tenacious pace on the mound. He's already set to go out of the windup, third base side of the rubber. That time he finds the zone with the curveball snapping at the top of the zone to even the count. Still action in that Battle Creek bullpen. Dominic Hand's day could be done. He's thrown excess of 70 pitches through the first 4 frames. 1-1 pitch. Broken bat blooper over to shortstop Jeff Ince. The underhand catch off the top of his ankle on the left side. So an L6 retires Mackin. 1 down here in the 4th. Snapped his timber, hitting that ball off the end of the bat over towards Ince at shortstop. He just had to flip his glove underhand and make the catch on the sinking liner for out number 1. But Han has loaded the bases twice in this ball game. Rockford got 2 runs across via an RBI walk and hit by pitch. First pitch from Merced, grounded up the middle. Ince behind the second base bag. Scoops, throws in time. Really good play from Jeff Ince. Dealt with a couple of difficult hops behind the second base bag. Was able to regroup the ball midair. Throw on the run in time to nab the speedy Merced. Quickly 2 down here in the 4th. On just 4 pitches for Thompson. This is a big bounce back inning that he badly needs. 2 down, nobody on. Gabe Sotris. He was Thompson's second strikeout victim in the second. It was 1-2-3 frame for Thompson after allowing an earned run in the first. Now after allowing 3 in the third, looking to hunker down again here and get back into a groove. Just 7 hits on the season for Sotris. 31 at-bats. First pitch from Thompson, a check swing and a fastball. That's a called strike. Didn't matter if he went around or not. It found the outside edge of the zone. Sotris is going to take his time pacing around outside the righty batter's box, adjusting his batting gloves. Maybe in protest to that call from the home plate umpire, Brady Parrish. Meanwhile, Thompson, he's bent at the right knee. He's ready to throw as soon as Sotris gets back in the box. And now he is going to get set and throw. But the home plate umpire called time. Surprised to see that, actually. Sotris really showed him up after that first call, and then he still gave him time to get set in the righty box before Thompson could quick pitch him. Regardless, it's no balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball. Just inside. The count's 1-1. Was a curveball that broke front door. Sotris, once again, thought about the swing. He doesn't look comfortable up there in this AB against Thompson, but he's able to hold up, and the count's 1-1. Next pitch, a fastball swung on, sent foul, first base side. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Deep breath from Thompson, looking for the 1-2-3 frame. Here's the pitch. Swung on, grounded over towards first. High hop off the lip of the grass for Mebin, who's off the bag at first. He runs it to the bag himself, retiring Sotris and the side. 1-2-3 in order for Ross Thompson. A big bounce back frame on just 8 pitches here in the 4th inning. He's at 53 pitches through 4 frames. Rockford still down by 2. Head to the 5th here on the Rivets Baseball Network. 2-3-4, do it for the Rivets here in the top of the 5th inning. Rockford trails 4-2 to Battle Creek Battle Jacks. Third time through the lineup for Dominic Hand, who does stay out on the mound for a 5th inning of work. Of course, you need 5 innings to qualify for the win, but still wouldn't be shocked if there's a short leash here on Hand in the 5th, who has loaded the bases twice, gotten out of it once, allowed the 2 runs in the last frame. He's given up just 4 hits. One of those came to Harding his first time up. He is 1 for 2 tonight as his first pitch is low and away for ball 1. Lefty bat of Harding against the right-handed arm of Hand. Low, below the knees again on the fastball, 2-0 to Harding. Illinois man seen a lot of Dominic Hand, now 2 for 6 lifetime against him. Here's the next delivery. This time a fastball finds the outside edge. Harding will shake his head. He's fine with taking that 2-0 pitch for a called strike on the outside corner. Now Hand out of the windup, 2-1. Fastball well outside. Sotris had to grapple his glove out to his left-hand side into the right-handed batter's box. It counts 3 balls and 1 strike. Infield set for the Battle Jacks. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Well outside for ball 4. Easy take for Harding. Walk number 14 of the season for him. He's down as a leadoff base runner in the 5th. And it's the 4th walk now for Dominic Hand, who had just 6 all season as the ball was thrown over the head of Hand from his battery mate Sotris. And if Fisher Pyatt's not alert out at second base, chasing that ball into shallow center field, Brody Harding's on second base right now. There just seems to be a little unsettling nature about how Dominic Hand has grown into this outing, and that's going to cause Caleb Lang to come out and take the baseball from him. So Hand's day is done after 4+. He walks the leadoff man Harding and really looked a little shaky in the back end of that outing. He's thrown 75 pitches, and his day is done. Line not yet completed. He's responsible for the runner on first. We'll meet the new Battle Creek arm when we come back here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Caleb Lanu, the new arm on the mound for Battle Creek. His first task is facing Matthew Mebane as he pumps his own for strike 1. Leadoff walk Brody Harding over on first base. Mebane's 0 for 2 tonight. Strikeout and a sinking liner as he swings and misses at an outside offering. Count goes to 0-2. Lanu's numbers on the season, 12 appearances. He's 3-0 with a save to his name and a 1.96 ERA. This is a big bridge arm for Battle Creek. Somebody that can give them multiple innings and try to get them across the line. They struck out Mebane on 3 pitches as the elevated heater is swung through for strike 3. First strikeout for Lanu. Second time Mebane's been retired on strikes tonight. 1 out in the 5th. That's 1 down in the 5th. Ben Brantley, your hitter. Reached base in both plate appearances here tonight. Walked and scored in the fourth, singled in the second. He's beginning to swing the stick a lot better as of late. Harding leading off first. We'll see how aggressive he is. He's already been caught stealing once tonight. First pitch, Brantley shows bunt and then pulls back, taking the off-speed for strike one. Lanu's pitched in 23 innings this season, has allowed 24 hits, but only 5 earned runs, walking 4, striking out 20. Middle Georgia State right-hander. Can find the zone early and often with the off-speed. There's another curveball that finds the top of the zone against Brantley, who makes it an 0-2 count. Fastball slider primarily for Lanu. Does have a changeup he uses 7% of the time. That was a slider, not the curveball, excuse me. Slider comes in mid-80s, fastball around 90. That time the heater inside to Brantley makes the count 1-2. Set at the belt on the first base side of the rubber. Harding staying put over on first base. 1-2 pitches, hit on the ground hard towards second. It goes in between the legs of Fisher Pyatt. Took an awkward hop in front of him. He lifted the glove up early, dropping down to a knee. Right through the 5-hole. Harding's up to third. And on the E4, Brantley to first. And just like that, Rockford's got runners on the corners with one out. Looked like a tailor-made inning-ending double play ball off the bat. It was a hard-hit ground ball straight at the second baseman. Would have been easy to flip to Merced, who could have relayed to first. But instead, an awkward hop puts it right in between the wickets of Pyatt, and Rockford's in business. On the corners with one out for Dylan Robertson. The door has been opened for Rockford here in the fifth. Second of 3 straight lefties. Robertson's 0 for 1 with a walk. He drag bunts up the first base line. They're going to signal it was a foul ball. JT Scarra's out of the dugout. Harding came home and tagged home plate. And then Pyatt fielded the ball. Walked it over to Grabansky, who stood on the first base bag, because Robertson thought the call was that the ball was foul. And it looks like they are going to call it foul. JT Scarra said something to home plate umpire Brady Parrish, who pointed him back towards the Rockford dugout. So maybe a final warning for Scarra, who's already talked to this umpiring crew a couple times tonight. But it looks like they will call it a foul ball. Initially, it was up the first base line. It was staying in fair play. They ruled that it was a ball in play, and they retired Robertson over at first base. And said he's going to square again and pop it up. Racing in, the catcher, Sotres, makes a diving catch. And Robertson's retired for the second out. Popped up in fair territory. Robertson doesn't execute. And Rockford probably would have liked to have that be a fair ball, because instead of getting a third run across, it's a second out. And there's 2 down for Dustin Allen. Really good play from Sotres, who dove into fair territory to catch that ball on the fly and prevent any runner from having a chance of advancing. First pitch to Allen. Breaking ball off the outside edge of the plate. The count's 1-0. Left-handed hitting outfielders, 1 for 2 today. Picked up a signal in the second. 1-0. Low and inside. 2 balls and no strikes from Lanu. It was a really awkward play, but shows the frustration of this Rivets offense. Had a chance to get a run home. It changes to a foul ball, and then failed execution on the bunt. Next pitch is upstairs. Quickly 3-0 to Dustin Allen. Could load the bases here for Linwiddle. Counts 3 balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch. Finds his zone for strike 1. Counts 3-1. Lanu's pitch. Finds the knees for strike 2. Allen thought it was ball 4, was ready to head down to first. That sidearm fastball delivery finds the inside edge of the zone. Big payoff on the way. Runners on the corners with 2 outs. 4-2 ball game. Battle Creek leads Rockford here in the 5th. Payoff from Lanu. Swung on, hit hard to first base. Grabanski. Right off his left shoe top. Gets in front of the ground ball, walks it to the bag himself. And he will retire Allen and the side. Rockford unable to make Battle Creek pay for the error. They leave 2 stranded in the 5th. 4-2 Battle Jacks. Head to the bottom half. You're on the Rivets Baseball Network. Top of the 6th from MCCU Field. 8-9-1 due up for Battle Creek. They lead Rockford 4-2. Starter Ross Thompson out there for his 5th inning of work on 53 pitches. Settled into his outing, I should say, nicely after a rough start. The Rivets offense continuing to struggle here in Michigan. First pitch to Gibbs. Taken for a called strike. He was retired on a ground ball to third his first time up. Thompson's 0-1 out of the windup. Swung on, laced down the third base line, but it's just foul. Kicked up chalk. Was in front of the third base bag. Counts 0-2. Headhunter for the third base umpire, Eric Swift, who had to live up to his namesake and quickly get out of the way of that one. He jumped out to his right-hand side as that ball had eyes for him. 0-2 on the way from Thompson. Check swing on the outside delivery. He did not go around. The count's 1-2. It's been a tough day at the office for the Rivets offense. Left the bases loaded twice. Left 2 runners on in the 5th. They trail by 2 runs. They just lacked that big hit in this series. 1-2, hit on the ground towards third. It's past the diving Robertson into left field for a base hit. Right on cue, a 2-strike hit for Isaiah Gibbs. 4th hit for the Battle Jacks and a leadoff man aboard in the 4th. 5th, excuse me. So the third baseman Robertson comes way up in on the grass. Gomez really sparked that 3-run second inning for Battle Creek with his bunt base hit first time up. He squares around again, pulls back at the offering low and outside on the Thompson curveball. The count's 1-0. Gomez does not hesitate to use the skills at his disposal as he squares around again, bunts it back to the mound. Thompson bobbles it momentarily. His throw to first is in time to nail Gomez. The bobble momentarily from Thompson took him out of the potential for a double play ball. I think he realizes that, knew that he could get the runner at second and maybe was looking towards there before looking the ball into his glove, and that caused a momentary bobble. 1-3 on the putout. Gomez is retired. There's one down with the runner in scoring position for Fisher Pyatt. Top of this lineup has done all the damage for Battle Creek. Pyatt, the leadoff man, yet to be retired tonight. He's walked and scored twice. Top two hitters have been the difference in this game for Battle Creek. First pitch, line straight back up the middle. It's off the knee of Brody Harding, who tried to slide in and field it into shallow center field. The throw comes home. On one hop, it's not in time. The throw down to second is not in time to nail Pyatt at second base. RBI single for Fisher Pyatt as it kicked off the knee of Brody Harding, who couldn't range over in time from second base. He gets up the second on the throw home from Harding as Gibbs scores and makes it 5-2. And here's Patrick Mills, already 2 for 2 with a double and a triple. 2 RBIs tonight. Another duck on the pond in scoring position. First pitch swinging. Hard hit ground ball to second. On a couple of hops, Harding into the hole at second base. Throws across in time for the second out. Pyatt up the third, 2 down. Joey Grabansky be your batter. 4 RBIs for Battle Creek tonight. 2 of them have come from the 2-hole hitter and 3-hole hitter. Grabansky has 2 sac flies to left field tonight. He can't do that here with 2 outs, but he's hit the ball extremely hard twice off of Ross Thompson. 5-2 Battle Creek. The Battle Jacks have scored 5 runs on just 5 hits. Opportunistic offense at the top of the lineup. Grabansky takes low in the dirt for ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Thompson peers in, and now the pitch. Popped foul from Grabansky. Counts 1-1. Here's the pitch from Thompson. Swung on, hit on the ground. Charging in the shortstop Ince. Plugs it off the short hop. Throw to first is in time. Grabansky retired, and that does it for the side. The Battle Creek muscles another run across. An RBI single from Fisher Pyatt. All 5 RBIs have come from the Battle Jacks' top 3 hitters tonight. 5-2 Battle Jacks through 5 here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Top of the 6th from MCCU Field. Linwoodell, Klein, Ince, the bottom third of the Rivets lineup coming to the dish. They trail by 3 runs as Linwoodell squares around, pulls back, takes strike 1 on the outside edge. Caleb Lanu on for his second inning of relief, spelling starter Dominic Hand, who only was able to go 4+ innings, so won't qualify for the win, but limited the damage when Rockford had their opportunities with runners in scoring position. Only allowed 2 earned runs on 4 hits, walking 4, striking out 4. Through 75 pitches as Lanu fires in a high fastball, swung on and missed by Linwoodell. He's down to the count 0-2. Linwoodell has walked and hit by a pitch so far tonight. The Notre Dame catcher down in the count 0-2 here to lead off the 6th. Here's the pitch. Just above the letters with the fastball. Counts 1-2. Here's the 1-2. Swung on, elevated foul, first base side into the seats. Count stays at 1-2. Elsewhere in the Great Lakes East, you have Kenosha winning in Kalamazoo 6-1. A surprising result, but Growlers have won 16 of 19, so expected to cool down at some point. Also got some cross-divisional action as the Woodchucks take on Traverse City. This is a ground ball. High hop to the third baseman, Kark. His throw is low, but it's dug out by Grabansky. Nice play for out number 1. Linwoodell retired, 1 down here in the 6th. Colton Klein. Traverse City and the Woodchucks tied up at 2. Fond du Lac and Kokomo currently in a rain delay. It takes you around the rest of the Great Lakes East Division. As Colton Klein digs into the left-handed batter's box. Still 5-2 Battle Creek here in the 6th. Swing and a miss from Klein. 1 for 2 today with a single and a strikeout. A 1. On the inside edge, Klein nearly extended his hands to where that ball hit him, but he takes for strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes. A pitch. Swung on, cranked towards left field. Opposite field single for Colton Klein as it gets down on 2 hops in front of Matkin. He's able to inside out the ball with 2 strikes. Good piece of hitting from Klein. His second hit of the game. He stays red hot against Battle Creek this season. He's aboard with 1 down in the 6th. Klein's now 5 for 13 against Battle Creek on the season. He's going to lead off first base as Jeff Ince steps in. Ince, an RBI, was hit by a pitch his last time up. He's 0 for 1 as he hit on a fielder's choice back in the 2nd. First pitch from Lanu, tapped foul, first base side, 0-1. Nobody up and throwing for the Rivets. Thompson still very low with his pitch count as Ince lines 1 foul, heads up to a group of fans there. Counts 0-2. But Thompson under 70 pitches through 5 innings. I have to think, especially with Rockford's bullpen fatigue from the last handful of games, probably going to trust Thompson just to go the distance here until he runs into trouble again as Ince swings and fouls 1 back, stays in the count 0-2. Ince hitting 1 hard the other way. Boy, was Matkin shallow, but it still falls in left field for a base hit. I mean, Jace Matkin was closer to the third base bag than he was to the warning track by a fair margin on that ball. But it finds grass up the line. Jeff Ince has hits in 4 straight games, 2 on for the Rivets here in the 6th with 1 away. It's going to turn over the lineup to Ty Crittenberger. 4th time through the lineup for Rockford. Crittenberger's 0 for 3 with a flyout, a strikeout. He's hitting to a double play. He'll face Caleb Lanu for the first time now. Rockford needs a spark in this game. They need a big hit on offense. As Crittenberger is hit by the pitch. A first pitch fastball inside, and the bases are loaded. Third time a Rockford hitter has been hit by a pitch in this game. They need a big hit, maybe Brody Harding, the man for the occasion. 1 for 2 with the walk in this game. He's been clutch for Rockford this season when they've needed him. Game-tying single last night was his second ninth-inning two-out RBI this season. So he's had that clutch gene in him. Rockford just needs some kind of spark on offense to get back into this game. This is the third time they've loaded the bases tonight, but only have 2 runs to show for it. Harding takes low for ball 1. And you've got to think, with the talented bats in this lineup, a big hit's got to be coming eventually at some point in this series. Harding heading the count 1-0. Here's the pitch from Lanu. Swing and a fastball fouled back out of the mitt of Sotris. Count goes to 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Harding. Rockford's loaded the bases. They trail by 3 here in the 6th with 1 out. 1-1 pitch. Low and inside, 2-1. Arms starting to get hot in that Battle Creek bullpen. Got Matthew Mebben on deck. He's 0 for 3 tonight, but does lead the Northwoods League in RBIs. Right now, it's Harding at the dish. Left-handed hitting infielder out of Illinois. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Swung on, cranked down the right field line. It's hooking, foul. Second time Harding's put a charge into one tonight. That could have cleared the bases if it got down in fair territory, but instead it's allowed strike 2. And Rockford's just been that far away from the big hit in this series. DeMarco had a similar hit with the bases loaded last night, but just landed foul and left. They've been on the cusp of the big hit, they just haven't found it yet. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Called, strike 3. Change up over the outside corner, froze Harding. Down on strikes for the first time tonight. Second strikeout for Lanu. 2 down, the bases remain loaded for Matthew Mebben. Mebben hitting over .330 this season with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. He has a grand slam already on the season. They're going to go for a mound visit to talk to Lanu. Probably give him the scouting report on Matthew Mebben, who's been super susceptible to the fastball in this game. He struck out twice swinging. They've both been on elevated heaters. 0 for 3 with the line out to shortstop. Again, the opportunities have been there for the Rivets in this game. They trail by 3 runs. They've left the bases loaded twice. They left 2 on in the last half inning. Scouting report delivered. Lanu stays in to face Mebben. 6 home runs this season for Mebben. 3rd most in the Northwoods League. 34 RBIs, top of the charts. First pitch to him. Swung on. Laced down the line. It's a fair ball into the left field corner. 2 runners coming around. Crittenberger getting the wave. The ball's bobbled by Mackin in left. Mebben into second base. A bases clearing double. There's your big hit. We are tied in the top of the 6th. Who else? Matthew Mebben clears the deck, and it's a 5-5 ball game. 37 RBIs on the season. What a first half he's had. Caleb Lanu's day is done. Pitching change in Battle Creek and a brand new ball game. We'll step aside here on the Rivets Baseball Network. New arm for Battle Creek is Jacob Lycan. We have a brand new ball game in the top of the 6th inning. A bases clearing double from Matthew Mebin has tied the game at 5. Lycan, the right-hander from Concordia University, Nebraska. First man he'll face is Ben Brantley, who's reached all 3 times tonight as he takes strike 1 up high, the upper quadrant of the zone. Brantley singled, walked, and scored. Also reached on an error. Mebin off a second. 3 RBIs for him on his last knock. 37 on the season. 0-1 pitch. Brantley swings and fouls it straight back. Counts 0-2. That's what you're going to get from Matthew Mebin. A lot of strikeouts, especially at elevated fastballs, but he has locked in and been so clutch for this Rockford team time and time again. He's given them a lifeline here tonight when it looked like they were on the verge of being swept at MCCU Field. Lycan ahead 0-2. There's 2 outs in the frame. Mebin represents the go-ahead run on second base. 0-2 pitch. Fastball upstairs, 1-2. Lycan's numbers on the season. He's only pitched 3 1/3 so far, allowed 1 earned run, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. Very heavy strikeout stuff. And a really good changeup. He's set to face 3 straight lefties in the Rockford lineup. 1-2 here to Brantley. The pitch. Upstairs with another fastball. Counts 2-2. Line is not yet closed on Lanou, who went through 1 2/3 innings of work. Had not allowed any damage across until the hit from Mebin moments ago. Crowd's been stunned into a little bit of silence here at MCCU Field. They've been into the game, engaged early. 2-2 from Brantley's way inside. Acrobatics from Sotris behind the plate, who had to dive out to his right to keep it in front of him. The big lefty bat in the transfer portal lifts his hands out of the way. He's worked himself into a full count. Base hit scores Mebin here. Mackin shallow in left field. Other 2 outfielders deep. Slight breeze blowing in from center field. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Jammed him up high with the fastball. Brantley tried to turn it around, but came up empty with the hack. First strikeout from Lycan. Gets out of the jam. Side's retired. But the Rivets tie the game at 5. Matthew Mebin, a bases clearing double. 3 runs on 3 hits. No errors. 1 man left on base. 5-5 ball game. Headed to the bottom of the 6th here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the 6th inning, and boy, has this game changed in a hurry. Rockford plates 3 in the top of the 6th, and the Rivets tie the game at 5 here at MCCU Field. Kirk, Matkin, Merced, 4-5-6. 2 up for Battle Creek in the frame. Battle Jacks looking to bounce back. They've led all the way through. Starter Ross Thompson, a little bit of rejuvenation on the mound. First pitch to him. Fought off the hands. It's a blooper out towards shortstop. Easy for Jeff Ince, who's deep in the hole. Makes a catch atop his black cap. 1 pitch, 1 away as Kark's retired on the pop out. And this is a big opportunity here for Ross Thompson, who hasn't had his best stuff, has particularly struggled getting hit around by the top of the lineup. But if he can find a way to bounce back here, he's still only in 64 pitches. He can spell this Rivets bullpen and have a chance to walk away with the victory. Mackin into the righty box 0-2. Strikeout and a line out tonight. First pitch is down low as it short hops Linwoodell behind the dish. 1-0, your count to Jace Matkin. Next four hitters for Battle Creek have not reached all game. Thompson looking to keep it that way. 1-0 pitch. Matkin takes a fastball right over the outside edge. Counts even. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1. Down low, counts 2-1. Of course, Thompson did not walk away with the win in either of his last 2 starts, despite pitching really, really well. 8 innings against Wisconsin Rapids, 6 2/3 against Traverse City. Only allowed 3 earned runs combined. Baseball's a funny game like that sometimes. He has a second life here as a ground ball to Robertson. Throw across isn't in time. Was just a slow roller on the left side of the infield. Robertson had to range over to his left, throw on the run to first. The throw was an accurate one. Matkin just beat it out. So it's an infield single. 6th hit for Battle Creek. Robbie Marced comes to the dish with 1 man out. First time Matkin's reached tonight. So much speed on this Battle Creek team and a lot of deceptive pop as well. Marced, one of those guys with deceptive pop. 0 for 2 tonight with a couple of ground balls. Matkin has plenty of pace. He's 7 for 7 swiping bags this summer as Marced check swing foul ball. It got a life from Linwoodell. Matkin didn't see it make contact with the bat, so he was rushing towards second base, but now he'll retreat back to first. Counts 0-1. Infield a double play depth for the Rivets. Robertson's behind the third base bag off the line. Mebane over at first, holding on the runner. Sprinter stance for Matkin over at first with an aggressive lead. Thompson, long pause before the delivery. Now the high leg kick in the pitch. Went with the slider taken off the plate. Marced twitched his hips but didn't lift his bat head. Counts 1-1. Runner goes. Pitches down low for a ball. Throw from Linwoodell on 1 hop's not in time. Tough pitch to throw on. Was down low in the zone. 2-1 to Marced as Matkin with the stolen base. He's 8 for 8 this summer into scoring position. Pitch was actually called a strike. The count's 1-2. It was a really low delivery. Must have just been at the knees to Marced. That's what made it so difficult for Linwoodell to throw on. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Could be a big second out now with that runner in scoring position. Marced has hits in 4 straight. Thompson trying to prevent that from coming to fruition. 1-2 is fouled straight down. So the count will stay the same. Five runs on 7 hits, no errors for Rockford. 5 runs on 6 hits, 1 error for the Battle Jacks. But the game was telling a different story before Mebane's bases clearing double in the last half frame. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Thompson set the pitch. Swung on, golfed into right field. It's going to get down on 1 hop in front of Allen for a base hit. Runner getting the wave around third. Here's a throw to the plate. It's up the line, and sliding in safely is Matkin. Marced just reached out and tapped the ball into shallow right field, and it was enough for the RBI single. Matkin scores. It's 6-5 Battle Creek. Battle Jacks bounce right back to take the lead. I mean, Marced, with 2 strikes, just lunged at a baseball that was in the opposite batter's box, diving away from him, and he just got enough of the barrel on it to bloop it into shallow right field. Tyler Fletcher out for a mound visit. Gabe Sotris scheduled to be the next hitter. So Battle Creek has the lead back. Now all of a sudden action in the Rockford bullpen. Noah Ruin getting hot right now. Mound visit charge of the Rivets as Fletcher heads back into the dugout. Thompson trying to limit the damage here in the 6th as Battle Creek bounces back to take the lead, 6-5. Roller coaster of a game so far. Thompson hasn't had his best stuff tonight, but is trying to hunker back down. Sotris 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out to first base. Infield a double play depth. Runner goes, the pitch swung on, fouled back. Merced probably had that base stolen. Instead, it's an 0-1 count. No balls, 1 strike, the pitch. Blowing away, 1-1. Deep breath from Thompson. He'll spin back, throw to first. Upstanding is Merced, whose lead has shrunk since attempting to steal on that first offering. One ball, 1 strike. Runner goes, the pitch. Outside, they throw back to first. He's hung up and tug out. Merced got caught in no man's land. He was halfway to second, realized he was going to be thrown out by a considerable margin, so he tried to slam on the brakes and run back to first, and Lim Waddell pump fake to second, threw the ball over to Mebane, and at that point, Merced was a sitting duck as he let Mebane tag him out. So he's picked off. It was a ball to Sotris, but there's now 2 outs in the inning. Base running error from Battle Creek, and Rockford trying to get out of the inning now with the damage limited. This one's lined into right center field. It's going to get down and split the gap. Grittenberger cuts it off on the warning track, but up to second base with a double is Gabe Sotris. It's his 8th hit of the season, his 4th for extra bases, 3rd double into scoring position with 2 outs. How big does that pickoff play look now? Would have been another run for the Battle Jacks if Merced would have stayed put. Instead, there's 2 outs and a runner on second for Isaiah Gibbs. And it looks like Gibbs' day is done. Bobby Nichols has come out to be the pinch hitter. Nichols, a hero in last night's game, threw out a go-ahead run at home plate in the 9th. In Harding, also delivered offense in his own regard. Had a really effective day against the Rivets. JT Scarra's out of the dugout. This might be it for Ross Thompson, and it is. Thought they might trust him to get through the 6th inning, but he leaves after 5 2/3. Battle Creek gets 8 hits off of him and takes a 6-5 lead here in the 6th. Noah Ruin out. We'll have the numbers for him when we come back here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Noah Ruin out of the Rockford bullpen. He's trying to limit damage here in the 6th inning. A double moments ago from Gabe Sotris. 2 outs here in the 6th. Battle Creek trying to add on to its 6-5 lead. Ruin, the right guy for the job. Hasn't allowed an earned run since its first outing of the season. A 1.04 ERA for the righty out of Tyler Junior College. First task is getting out a tough pinch hitter. Bobby Nichols is going to pinch hit for Isaiah Gibbs here. Nichols, 301 hitter on the season, 14 batted in. He sparked the Battle Creek offense in the 8th inning last night with a leadoff double, came around to score a run. Ruin's first pitch to him. Fastball low and away, 1-0. Ruin, a sidearm delivery from his arm slot. Will sit with a fastball around the high 80s, around 90 miles an hour. Along with a slider and a changeup. 1 ball, no strikes. Big lead from Sotris at second, not being held on. Ruin looks him back, now kicks and deals. His 1-0 fastball is belt high and catches the outside edge of the zone. Line not yet closed on Ross Thompson. Goes 5 2/3, throws 78 pitches. Not his best day at the office. 8 hits, 6 earned runs across for Battle Creek. Here's the 1-1. Finds the knees for strike 2. It's another Ruin fastball. He's thrown just heaters so far. Slider is high 70s. Changeup goes to about 80 to 83. Set at the belt. And now the 1-2 pitch. Fastball, line towards second. It dies in the infield dirt. Harding has it on one hop and throws the first in time to retire Nichols and the side. Battle Creek does take the lead on a single, a stolen base from Jace Mackin, and then an RBI single from Robbie Merced. 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, 1 man left on base. We have played 6 here at MCCU Field. Battle Jacks lead the Rivets 6-5 on the Rivets Baseball Network. Top of the 7th inning, 6-5 Battle Jacks here at MCCU Field. Rockford trying to battle back from behind for the second time tonight. They crawled out of a 5-2 deficit. Make the game tied up at 5. The Battle Creek gets a run back in the bottom half of the 6th. Dylan Robertson, Dustin Allen, Tony Linwoodell. 5, 6, 7 due up in the Rivets order. Robertson today, 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. He takes tight for ball 1 against Jacob Lyken, who's out there for his second inning of relief. Caleb Lanu, an inning and 2/3, allowed 3 earned runs on 3 hits. The big bomb was the Matthew Mebane bases clearing double. 1-0 Robertson, the pitch. Off the plate, 2-0. Feels tough for Rockford to crawl out of that big hole and then immediately have the lead, pegged back from you. Battle Creek's been hitting the ball extremely well tonight. Going to have to try to find another rally. Robertson has stayed patient at the plate as he takes upstairs for 3-0. Still just a one-run ball game. The sun begins to set here in Michigan. The pitch is called strike on the outside edge. Robertson didn't want any piece of it. It was letter high with a 3-0 count. Hitters friendly count at 3-1. Likens pitch. Down low, ball 4. Robertson chucks his bat towards the Rivets dugout before jogging down to first base. First walk for Lycan. First walk since Dominic Hahn in the 4th inning. That'll bring up Dustin Allen. Allen today's 1 for 3. He singled, flown out, and grounded out. Third baseman Kark is creeping in towards the cutout at third. First baseman Grabansky holding on the runner. See if Allen squares around here. He does. First pitch is inside, nearly hits him. He has to jump out of the way in the lefty box. That was a fastball, buzzed inside, and the count goes to 1-0. Second baseman Pyatt's having a word with his right-hander Lycan before delivering a fist pump back to him as he threw that one right up in the wheelhouse of Allen, who was squaring around trying to bunt. Trying to get him to pop it up in an instance like that, but way too close for comfort there to hitting him right in the collarbone. None worse for the wear. It's a 1-0 count. Robertson leading off first. Here's the 1-0 pitch. He's not squaring around this time. It's low and away. Now 2 balls and no strikes. And I think a little bit of gamesmanship here if you're Rockford. You square around the first time, you show him that. Now he's thinking about it, and now you've gotten ahead in the count. Hitters friendly to Allen. We'll see if they have him swinging away or if they have him square around again. Showing no signs of squaring, but the pitch is right at the knees for strike 1. Breaking ball caught the lower part of the zone. The count's 2-1. The next pitch, way outside. Sotris has to twist his glove. Pick that one from his left-hand side. The count's now 3-1. Arm starting to stand in that Battle Creek bullpen. Lycan in danger of walking the first 2 in the inning here in the 7th. Rockford badly in need of a win. Losers of 3 straight. Trying to come from behind for the second time tonight. The 3-1 is right over the middle of the plate for strike 2. Payoff on the way. See if Robertson's put into motion. Lycan has battled his way back into the count against Allen. Deep breath in the 3-2. Runner goes. Pitches upstairs. Ball 4. Allen took the elevated fastball. Back-to-back walks. Rivets have 2 on with nobody out in the 7th. So now Tony Linwoodell comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1 tonight, but has reached twice via a walk and hit by pitch. Arm is up and throwing in the Battle Creek bullpen. So we'll see how long the leash is here. On Lycan. Gavin Knust currently getting loose. Linwoodell squaring around super early, now pulls back with the corners coming in. Now squares around again, and he bunts it up the third base line. And they're going to call this a fair ball. And Linwoodell's tug out. The runners do advance successfully on the sacrifice. But now the 3 umpires are going to come together and have another conference. Again, we saw this already with Dylan Robertson, who bunted one off of home plate, thought it was a foul ball, didn't run it out. They wind up calling it a foul ball, and then he popped out the next pitch. And Rockford did not get a run across in that inning. And now they will call it a foul ball again. So the runners have to go back. It's 0-1 to Linwoodell. You're looking to sacrifice in that situation. That would have been a successful sacrifice for the Rivets. But you get your redo. Hopefully he can execute on this occasion. 0-1 count. Grabansky way in on the grass at first. Linwoodell squares around super early again. He bunts it down the third base line. Charging in Kark. Throw to first base is in time to retire Linwoodell. Sacrifice is successful. Put out his 5-4 with the second baseman Pyatt over to cover. The first baseman was charging. Up to second is Allen. Up to third is Robertson. 2 in scoring position with 1 out for Colton Klein. Good strategy here by the Rivets. Klein is 2 for 3 today with a pair of singles. Does have an RBI to his name as well. Base hit here could give Rockford the lead. You have plus speed in Allen on second base. Robertson, plenty of pace as well on third. Lycan stays in the game to face him. Corners up, middle infield back for the Battle Jacks. 1-run game here in the 7th. First pitch to Klein. Swing and a miss. 0-1 the count. Got the off speed from Lycan. Came up empty on the hack. No balls, 1 strike. Klein. Back comes the rest on his left shoulder. The pitch. Upstairs, 1-1. Crowd wanted the strike call. Changeup was floating every which way out of the hand of Lycan, and it lands just north of the letters. 1 ball, 1 strike to Colton Klein. 1-run game here in the 7th. Pitch is at the knees for strike 2. It's been a well-worked AB from Lycan so far. In need of a big out with 1 down and 2 in scoring position here in the 7th. Rockford trying to take its first lead of the game, at least tie, as they trail 6-5. Colton Klein, who's been with the Rivets since opening day, looking for 1 last big hit. 1-2. Off the outside edge of the plate. Counts even. Lycan went with the fastball on that occasion. 2-2 count. Jeff Ince, the 9-hole man, waits on deck. Has an RBI single tonight, as does Klein. Pitcher set at the belt, deep breath. Here's the 2-2. Falls off the mound as he delivers home. It kicked away from Sotris momentarily, but he does enough to keep it in front of him, as Lycan lost his footing on the pitcher's mound, so the pitch is way outside. And now it's a full count to Colton Klein. Not something you see every day. But Klein works himself into a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. It's way inside for ball 4. It gets away from the catcher Sotris, and Rockford has tied the game as Robertson comes home to score. The wheels fell off for Jacob Lycan, whose last 2 pitches have been nowhere close to the strike zone. That one was a headhunter for Colton Klein, who had to duck over to prevent that ball from hitting him in the helmet. A fastball that sailed past Sotris. Robertson scores. Allen up to third. And on that third walk of the inning from Lycan, Rockford takes the lead, ties the game at 6. They have a chance to take the lead here with Jeff Ince. First, there will be a mound visit from Caleb Lang, and there will be a pitching change. Only 2/3 of an inning from Jacob Lycan. Worked himself into some trouble with 3 walks here in the 7th inning, and his day is done. Rockford's tied the game at 6. They have a chance to take the lead when we come back on the Rivets Baseball Network. Fourth Battle Creek arm of the night is Gavin Knust. Left-hander from Indiana University Southeast. Second action of the series. He threw a scoreless inning last night, allowing 2 hits and striking out 1. Did not allow any runs to cross for the Rivets in that frame. 11 2/3 for Knust so far this season. He's only allowed 3 earned runs. 8 runs overall on 13 hits, 6 walks, 13 strikeouts. The lefty pauses at the top of his motion, rears his arm back, and fires in a fastball, curveball, slider, changeup mix. Rockford's tied the game. A wild pitch on a ball 4 to Colton Klein. Jacob Lykin quickly lost feel for the strike zone in his outing. He fired the last 2 pitches of his outing nowhere close to the strike zone. Was almost baffling to watch, but it brought home Robertson. It put runners at the corners with 1 man out and brings up Jeff Ince. 1 for 2 tonight, an RBI single. His first at bat from the right side against the lefty Knust. He squares around a bunt, up the first base line. It dribbles foul. Started in fair territory, but just cut out to the right. 0-1 to Ince. Squeeze play was on for Rockford. Allen was going on contact. 0-1 to Jeff Ince. Interesting infield alignment here for the Battle Jacks. Pyatt's even with the bag off of it at second. Grabanski holds on the runner at first, and creeping in the third baseman, Kark. That pitch finds his zone for strike 2. Off speed, Ince pulled the bat head back, and he's down in the count 0-2. Shortstop Merced is behind the bag at second, now creeping over to the right-hand side. Pyatt, now with the bunt off, will go deeper at second base. So the middle infield is now set to turn 2 for the Battle Jacks. Runners at the corners, 0-2 count, 1 out. Here's the pitch from Knust. Swing and a miss. Blew the fastball by Ince, elevated in the zone. It's his first strikeout. 2 down and still 2 in scoring position for Ty Krittenberger. Big strikeout for Knust. Trying to get Battle Creek out of another jam against Rockford. He's been good against the Rivets this season. Krittenberger's 0 for 3 tonight. Was hit by a pitch and scored in the 6th on the Mebane double. High leg kick in the first pitch. Krittenberger fouls off a fastball to the right-hand side. 0-1. Rockford's left a lot of runners on base in this one. They executed with Mebane in the last half inning, but overall 9 left on base so far from the Rivets. And a very important go-ahead run out on third. Runners take off, and throw to the plate's not in time. A steal of home plate from Dustin Allen. Both runners took off, and Knust just froze, and by the time he threw home, Allen slid in feet first safely. Heads up base running from the Rivets, and it gives them a 7-6 lead. What a gutsy call, but it pays off. Knust was deadlocked on Krittenberger in the box, and Allen just took off right after that. Klein took off for second, and Knust was frozen in time. Couldn't react, and Rockford has the lead. Runner in scoring position for Krittenberger, who cranks one into left center field. But coasting to make the play is Mackin. Was able to chase it down in the gap. Side is retired. Rockford takes the lead in the wonkiest of fashions. A wild pitch on a ball 4 allows Robertson to score, and then Dustin Allen making an impact in his 3rd game in Rivets colors. He steals home plate. Rivets lead at 7-6. Headed to the bottom of the 7th. We stretch here at MCCU Field on the Rivets Baseball Network. Well, the Rockford Rivets need a win in the worst of ways. Losers of 3 straight. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. They take the lead in the wonkiest of fashions in the top of the 7th. Runners on first and third with 2 outs, and Dustin Allen steals home on pitcher Gavin Canoosh, who wasn't paying him any attention over on third base. He took home plate as Klein ran towards second base, and the lefty's natural reaction was to step off and throw to first. He pump faked, realized what was happening, and by the time he looked towards home plate and threw home, it was not in time as Allen slid in safely and gave Rockford its first lead of the night. 7-6 Rivets headed to the bottom of the 7th. 9-1-2 scheduled to hit for Battle Creek. Rafael Gomez Jr. singled and scored tonight, also grounded out to the mound. He's 1 for 2. Noah Ruin, who relieves Ross Thompson, then the 6th, still on the mound. No earned runs for Ruin in his last 16 innings. First pitch to Gomez. Called strike straight down the chute. Ruin's sidearm delivery with the fastball slider change-up arsenal. A big spot here for the Rivets, trying to get back into the win column and split the series in Battle Creek. 0-1. Outside corner, called strike 2. Another well-located fastball pops the glove of Winwoodell behind the dish. Gomez, bent at the knees in the righty box, brings the bat to rest on his right shoulder, hands clenched close to his white jersey. Ruin set on the bump. Left foot staggered in front of the right, kicks and deals the 0-2. Swing and a miss, he got him! Powers 3 straight past Rafael Gomez Jr. Ruin's first strikeout, 1 down in the 7th. Big first out for Ruin, turns over the lineup, and this is where the Battle Jacks have done their damage. 5 RBIs tonight have come from their top 3 hitters. Fisher Pyatt has yet to be retired tonight in the leadoff spot. Switch hitting second baseman bats from the left side. First pitch from Ruin. Low and inside, 1-0. Pyatt's walked and scored twice, delivered an RBI single in the 5th. Jostles the bat back and forth off his left shoulder. 1 ball, no strikes from Ruin. Fastball, not sure where it missed. Must have just been low as the count goes to 2-0. Look good from up here. But a hitter's count to Pyatt. Infield back for the Rivets. And a 1-run ball game. 2-0. Swung on, cranked out towards center field. Crittenberger racing over towards the alleyway. It's going to split the gap and then all the way to the warning track. His throw to second base won't be in time. It's a standing 1-out double for Fisher Pyatt, who's 2 for 2 and has reached base all 4 times tonight. 3rd extra base hit for the Battle Jacks. The other 2 have come from the man stepping into the lefty box right now, Patrick Mills. Pyatt was 0 for 15 against the Rivets heading into tonight. Not any longer. He's reached base on all 4 plate appearances. And here's Mills. Double in the first, 2-run triple in the second. JT Scara out for a mound visit. Trez Rabarchek, who threw 2 shutout innings last night, is getting loose in the Rockford bullpen. The right-hander out of Parkland College. Ruin has not allowed an earned run in his last 16 innings, but he'll be tested here. Rockford, a 7-6 lead in the bottom half of the 7th, trying to wiggle their way through this one. Starter Ross Thompson was only able to go 5 2/3, allowed 6 earned runs on 8 hits. Scara takes the mound visit. Ruin has confidence on the bump. They'll keep him in to face Mills. Scara's back into the dugout, and now the big matchup. 1 down in the bottom of the 7th. Fisher Pyatt over on second base represents the tying run. Infield back for the Rivets. Mills today 2 for 3. Ruin, the righty against the lefty bat. First pitch swinging, a fastball fouled back off the roofing at MCCU Field. It hits a fan right in the head off the roofing about 10 rows deep in the stands. They look like they're all right. They're shaking it off. And now some laughs being shared as the count goes to 0-1 to Mills. Ruin looks back the runner at second. Ince was creeping in from shortstop. Now to the hole. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Mills out in front. The count's 0-2. What a big out this would be. Grabanski on deck, 2 RBIs tonight. 2 also for Patrick Mills, who's down on the count here 0-2 with 1 out. Pitch from Ruin. Just off the plate, tried to paint the outside corner. Lynn Waddell framed it well, but does not get the signature from Brady Parrish at home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ruin looks back the runner, the pitch. Low and inside, counts even. Battle Creek led 5-2. Rockford tied the game. Then the Battle Jacks took a 6-5 lead in the 6th. Rockford answered back with 2 of their own. It's been a back-and-forth seesaw affair. 2-2 from Ruin. It's a called strike 3. That time he got the corner. Mills down looking. 2 down in the 7th. Huge strikeout with pain on the outside edge to Patrick Mills, who's down on strikes, 2 outs and a runner on second. Joey Grabanski, 0 for 1 today, 2 sacrifice flies to left field. He's hit the ball hard in all 3 of his at-bats. We'll need a base hit to score Pyatt in this instance. 7-6 Rivets have the lead in the 7th, trying to head to the 8th with the advantage. First pitch to Grabanski's a called strike on the outside corner. And Ruin knows how to pitch Grabanski in this instance. Grabanski opens up his stance further with his stride and really tries to pull the baseball. So Ruin attacking the outside part of the strike zone. Righty on righty matchup, the 0-1. Swung on, popped up. Playable in the infield. The first baseman, Mebin, taking charge, calling everybody off onto the pitcher's mound. The shortstop Ince drops the baseball, and Battle Creek ties the game. Miscommunication on the infield for the Rivets. The ball was popped up straight onto the pitcher's mound. Mebin was calling for it. Ince, the shortstop, calls him off at the last minute, comes running into where Mebin's already parked underneath the baseball, outstretched his left hand, and the ball popped right out of his glove. Fisher Pyatt was off with contact with 2 outs, so he scores from second, and the game's tied on the E6. Rockford's first error of the series could not have come at a worse time as Battle Creek ties the game at 7. The first pitch is a called strike to Dylan Kark. Won't be an earned run charge to Ruin, but the seesaw continues. It's a 7-7 game in the 7th. And a called strike to Kark, who's 0 for 3 today. 0-1, inside out swing, blooped foul towards the Battle Creek dugout. It's 0-2. Couple of ways you can look at that last play. You could have the pitcher Ruin field his position. The ball was hit right back to him a mile high in the air. That's probably Mebin's baseball. He was underneath it, was calling it all the way. Should have had to give way at the last minute potentially. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Ruin gets the strikeout to end the inning. He strikes out the side in the 7th. But Battle Creek takes an error from Rockford and uses it to their advantage. 1 out double from Fisher Pyatt comes around to score on a mile-high pop-up on the infield that is not caught. 7-7 ball game headed to the 8th. You're on the Rivets Baseball Network. Saying this a lot tonight, but it's a new ball game from MCCU Field. Top of the 8th, it's 7-7 between Battle Creek and Rockford. Both teams have made some mistakes in this one, also some timely offense. It's been a little bit of everything. Rockford took the lead in the top half of the frame. Battle Creek came back with a run in the bottom half of the 7th. 2-3-4 do it for the Rivets. Harding, Mebane, and Brantley. First pitch from Canoose to Southpaw to Harding is upstairs for ball 1. Be interesting to see how long they ride with Canoose. Mebane, the righty, on deck, but then 3 straight lefties for Rockford. But Canoose already pitched in game 1 of this series and threw 28 pitches. This will be his 7th pitch of this outing here, the 1-0 to Harding that's off the plate for ball 2. But you throw 28 pitches one night, you come back and throw the next night. It's difficult to give that same kind of length for a reliever. So I don't know if he can make it through those 3 straight lefties in the Rockford lineup. But we'll see what happens. 2-0 to Harding. Swung on, laced towards left field. Mackin has it played over towards the line. He makes a catch. Harding gave it a good ride, but it's allowed out number 1 here in the 8th. Not sure if Mackin will be playing that shallow for the next guy coming up, Matthew Mebane. Caleb Lang's out of the dugout, and he's making a point towards the Battle Creek bullpen right now. He has a right-hander up to face Mebane, and that's the move he's going to make. Gavin Canoose faces 3 hitters, gets 3 outs as he retires Harding for the first out of this frame. Battle Creek brings in a new arm here in the 8th to face Matthew Mebane. We'll step aside and come back with his name and numbers on the Rivets Baseball Network. Zach Tukis out of Millersville University on the mound for Battle Creek. The right-hander will face Matthew Mebane, the Northwoods League RBI leader. And it's a tie ball game here in the 7th. First pitch, big swing and a miss from Mebane at a high fastball. You're going to see a lot of those from Tukis if you're Mebane. He struck out twice on the elevated heater. He's 1 for 4. His one hit, though, was a huge one. A bases clearing double in the 6th and tied this game up at 5 at the time. We're currently tied at 7. Next pitch, a breaking ball, well off the plate. The count's 1-1. 6 home runs, 37 batted in for Mebane so far this season. Tukis set at the belt. Features a fastball, curveball, changeup. The 1-1. There's the curveball again. It doesn't break. It's left up high towards the eye level of Mebin, who takes for ball 2. Hitter-friendly count to Mebin. Bases empty, 1 out. Here in the top of the 8th. Tukis sets the letters, kicks and deals. The 2-1 pitch, low and away. Ball 3, overthrew the fastball. He's trying to get a swing out of Mebin, who stayed disciplined and within himself so far in this at-bat. 3 straight lefties set to hit for Rockford, but there's nobody up in the Battle Creek pen right now. It's just the righty Tukis. Tall, lanky right-hander against Mebin. 3-1 pitch. Swung on, cranked out towards shortstop. Diving effort from Merced. He can't reach it. It's into left field for a base hit. Second hit of the night for Matthew Mebin, and he's aboard representing the go-ahead run in the 8th with 1 out. Line drive single through the hole on the left side of the infield for Mebin. He's 2 for 5 tonight, and up comes Ben Brantley. Rockford's DH tonight, Brantley. He's reached base 3 times, also struck out. A single, a walk, and reached on an error by the second baseman, Pyatt. Middle infield pinch for Battle Creek set to turn 2. First pitch from Tukis. Straight down the heart of the plate for strike 1 on a fastball. 0-1 to Brantley. 7-7 ball game here in the top of the 8th. Rivets battled all the way back from 5-2 down to take the lead in the 7th before a run scored across for Battle Creek on a Rockford error in the bottom half. Next pitch, swing and a miss. A lot more snap that time on the breaking ball, and it gets Tukis ahead 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Mebin off of first. Time ball game in the top of the 8th. Tukis straddled off to the third base side of the rubber. Out of the stretch, the 0-2. Swing and a blooper over the second baseman, Pyatt's head, who can't make the play. It's into center field. Mebin burning it around second. The throw into third is cut off by the shortstop, Merced. Then Brantley goes down and gets a low breaking ball. Serves it into center field. Back-to-back singles. They're at the corners with 1 out in the 8th. Strength from Ben Brantley. A blooper off the end of the bat. Looked like it was going to be playable for Pyatt, but it bloops over his head, and now they're at the corners with 1 out. Stage set for Dylan Robertson. 0 for 2 tonight, has walked twice, come around to score both times. At the corners with 1 down for the Rivets, trying to take the lead back in the 8th. Third baseman Kark creeps in towards the grass on the infield. Robertson's already tried to square around once tonight. He ducks his right shoulder out of the way. The inside off-speed offering makes it 1-0. Rivets trying to retake the lead here in the 8th. They have runners at the corners with 1 down. 7-7 ball game. The pitch from Tukis to Robertson is down low. Good block by Sotris. Slides over to his right-hand side. It was low and in on Robertson, who's ahead in the count 2-0. Now a mound visit to ensue. Back-to-back singles given up by Zach Tukis since coming into the game. And he's fallen behind Dylan Robertson, who, as everybody clap your hands, plays on the PA system, is clapping his left batting glove into his bat, trying to stay with the tempo. Anthony Tejeda, who threw last night, the Battle Creek closer, is currently getting loose in the bullpen. Tejeda threw the 9th inning last night, blew the save, but wound up getting the win in Battle Creek's 2-1 walk-off. He's currently getting hot right now in the bullpen, but with the pitching coach out there, it looks like they'll likely stick with Tukis to face Robertson. Tejeda could be only use him in the 9th inning if we need to situation. Again, you're 3 days away from an off day when all your bullpen arms will get some rest, but Tejeda's been used a lot for this Battle Creek team. Robertson continues to bob his head back and forth as music plays over the loudspeaker. Now works on the stride from his swing as he shimmies back and forth, waiting for play to resume. He's calm under pressure, all right. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out, runners on the corner. 7-7 ball game. The mound visit has concluded. The tall, lanky right-hander Tukis pins the glove to his right belt loop. Now comes set at the letters. Robertson in the lefty box. Bat resting on his left shoulder. The 2-0 pitch sails over his head to the backstop. Mebane will score standing. Up to second, Brantley. A wild pitch straight out of the mound visit, and Rockford retakes the lead 8-7 in the 8th. The offense has not always been the most traditional tonight, but the Rivets will take it. Still one in scoring position with one out and a 3-0 count to Robertson. Second run to score on a wild pitch in as many innings. Third overall for the Rivets tonight. The 3-0 pitch to Robertson. Finds the outside quadrant of the zone for strike one on a fastball. Shortstop Merced charged with holding Brantley to the bag, so there is a hole on the left side of the infield should Robertson choose to use it. 3 balls, 1 strike. The pitch is on the outside corner. Robertson had already tossed his bat towards the Rockford dugout, thinking it was ball 4. But the fist is applied from Brady Parrish on a knee-high fastball right on the outside corner, and the count's 3-2. Tukis let the run across to give Rockford the lead, but he's bared down and gotten back into the AB. Full count, 1 out. Runner on second. 8-7 Rivets in the 8th. Tukis comes set. Slouched over at the shoulders. Kicks and deals the 3-2. Outside, ball 4. A little tap at home plate from Robertson as he twirls his bat towards the Rockford dugout. He's on first base. And there's 2 on with 1 out for Dustin Allen. Allen scored the go-ahead run for Rockford last inning. Stole home plate after walking. Also singled tonight. He's 1 for 3. He's been quite the spark to this Rockford outfield. Middle infield's pinched. There's a hole on the right side. First baseman Grabanski's even with the bag, as is the third baseman Kark, in case Allen decides to square around. Instead, he takes at the knees a fastball for strike 1. Base hit could give Rockford some insurance here in the 8th. As the sun continues to set here in Michigan, Tukis' 0-1 pitch. Fastball outside, 1-1. Shades of orange and purple throughout the cloud-covered sky. 76 degrees, a cool, calm summer evening on the cusp of the 4th of July weekend. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Up and outside, 2-1. Be a big time for Dustin Allen to pick up just his second RBI in 3 games in a Rivets uniform. He's got Brantley out there on second base. The 2-1 pitch. Upstairs, 3-1. And you still only have Tejeda getting loose if you're Battle Creek. Wonder if you think about, again, off day in 3 days, wonder if you think about using your closer in this situation. They are going to make the move. Caleb Lang's out of the dugout, and he immediately signaled to the bullpen. So in a 3-1 count, with 2 men on with 1 out, Anthony Tejeda will come into the ballgame for Zach Tukis. Tukis does not record an out, and there's a whole bunch of other runners on his tab, but Anthony Tejeda is in the game. We come back here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Top of the 8th inning, an early time to see Battle Creek's closer, Anthony Tejeda. He inherits a situation with 2 on, 1 out. 8-7 Rivets lead in a 3-1 count to Dustin Allen. Tejeda's second action of the series. He's seen the Rivets cry a lot this year. A 1.38 ERA. 2-1 with 2 saves. Did blow the save last night, allowing an unearned run to cross in the 9th on 2 hits. Battle Creek went on to win that game 2-1. Rockford trying to salvage the split tonight and snap a 3-game losing streak. 3-1 to Allen. Tejeda, a deep breath in the pitch. Swing and a miss. Came right in with the mid-90s fastball. He's got a slider and changeup too, but he uses the heater to make it a full count to Dustin Allen. It's the 6th Battle Creek arm to be used tonight. Starter Dominic Hann only going 4+, and they've pieced it together from there. Rockford's gotten back into the game to make it 8-7. High leg kick in the 3-2 is fought off foul straight to the right of the press box. So it stays at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Tejeda, somebody that's not going to walk a lot of hitters. Just 8 of them through 13 innings compared to 18 strikeouts. Even inheriting a 3-ball count. Deep breath from the Brian right-hander, who has the high black socks and the all-white Battle Creek home uniforms. Big payoff on the way, the pitch. Down low, ball 4. Good block from Sotris, but it doesn't matter as the bases are now loaded. Unfortunately, does go down as a walk to Anthony Tejeda, even though the first 3 balls were delivered by Zach Tukis. The bases are loaded with 1 out for Tony Linwoodell. Already has an RBI triple to his tab. Working for his second hit in a Rockford uniform. 0 for 2 tonight, was walked and hit by a pitch. Corners up, middle infield back for Battle Creek. 1 out, bases loaded, top of the 8th. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Low fastball in the zone. Came up empty on the hack. Linwoodell sacrificed his last time up. He's actually 0 for 1 on the night. Big right-handed hitting catcher, redshirt freshman from Notre Dame. 0-1 from Tejeda. Goes with the slide step and blows a fastball past Linwoodell, who tipped it into the glove of Sotris. It counts 0-2. Colton Klein on deck. 2 for 3 evening for him. He's reached base 3 times. Linwoodell still has time to fight with 2 strikes. Choked up on the bat. Big hole on the right side of the infield should he choose to use it. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. 3 straight fastballs. That one elevated in the zone. Linwoodell down swinging. First strikeout for Tejeda. 2 down. So that brings up Colton Klein, the left-handed hitting outfielder. 2 walks, a strikeout, and a walk tonight. 2 singles, a strikeout, and a walk tonight, pardon me. Right-handed arm off the third base side of the rubber. Bases loaded with 2 outs. High leg kick in the pitch. Klein shows bunt. He misses on the attempted jab at it. It was a drag bunt over towards first base. Sotris caught the ball. Bluffed back towards second as the runners retreat and the count's 0-1. Bases loaded with 2 outs. Rockford's left them loaded twice in this ballgame, but they still lead 8-7. Oh, 1. Swing and a line drive up the middle. It's a base hit. Scoring is Brantley. Straight behind him is Robertson. The throw home is not in time. A 2-run single for Colton Klein. He's got 3 RBIs tonight, and Rockford leads it 10-7 here in the 8th. What a knock from Colton Klein. 3 hits tonight. He might have saved his best for last here in a Rivets uniform. Owning Battle Creek this season. 10 RBIs, 9 of them have come against the Battle Jacks. And those might be his biggest 2 yet. Allen up the second on the play. There's 2 on for a pinch hitter for the Rivets. Brandon Bannon will pinch hit for Jeff Ince. Right-handed hitting infield utility man out of the University of Illinois, Springfield. Had 2 hits in last night's game. Went 2 for 3 in that affair. Right-handed bat against the right-handed arm of Tejeda. First pitch. Checks his swing. He did not go around. It's ball 1 low. Huge knock up the middle from Colton Klein. Went over the glove of Tejeda and bounced up the middle, splitting the 2 pinch back middle infielders. He stands on first. Up on second base is Allen. 1-0. 2 outs. 10-7 Rockford. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Elevated fastball. Got the best of Bannon that time. Tejeda, pause in the 1-1. Slide step, swing and a miss. Got the off speed that time past Bannon. Count goes to 1-2. Rockford scored 3 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th. The Bats have finally come out to play on the road here in Michigan. They've gotten a 10-7 lead. More insurance out on the base paths. 1-2, 2 outs to Brandon Bannon. Tejeda kicks and deals. Runner takes off for third as Bannon slashes it foul on a protective swing. Allen had third base stolen, but not a big consolation prize in that regard as Bannon stays alive in the box. Sun almost fully set here in Battle Creek, Michigan. About 3 hours into this one. Still in the top of the 8th in a 10-7 ball game. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Deep breath from Tejeda. The pitch. Runner goes again as Bannon sends a flare into center field. Gomez was playing shallow, so he's able to make the catch and retire the side. But Rockford takes the lead in the 8th. 3 runs from the Rivets. A huge 2-run single from Colton Klein. 10-7 Rivets headed to the bottom half of the 8th here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Bottom of the 8th from MCCU Field. The strategy has changed for the Rockford Rivets. Saw Trez Rabarchek getting loose in a tie game, but now with the Rivets holding a 3-run lead, it's Alex Pipes, the hard-throwing right-hander from Parkland College, will make way for one Parkland arm for another as Pipes takes to the mound. A 3.86 ERA through 10 appearances this summer. 2 saves to his name. 11 2/3 has allowed 5 earned runs. The polarizing numbers are 10 walks and 12 strikeouts. When he controls the zone, he is very good. When he doesn't, he can run into trouble. 6 outs for Rockford to get. They lead by 3 runs to try to snap a 3-game losing skid. Pipes last pitched against Madison on Thursday at Rivets Stadium. Did walk 2 in that outing. Was able to strand the bases loaded in that frame. Set to face Matkin, Merced, Sotris. 6, 7, 8 in the Battle Creek lineup. Matkin, 1 for 3, a run-scoring single in the 6th. Rockford has come from behind against the Battle Creek bullpen. 3 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th to take a 10-7 lead. Right-handed hitting, Matkin. 2 home runs this season, both against the Rivets. First pitch from Pipes. Fastball hits him. Heater caught him straight in the elbow, down to first base. Not the most ideal start for Alex Pipes. First Battle Creek Battle Jack hit tonight. Again, that control, so pivotal for Pipes. Nothing hurt in a 3-run game. Infield will go to double play depth as Robbie Merced comes to the plate. 1 for 3 with an RBI single in the 6th. Righty on righty matchup as Pipes peers in. He's set at the letters and kicks and deals. First pitch, fastball is in the under third for strike 1. 0-1 to Merced. Wiggles the bat off his right shoulder. Slightly open stance from the righty box. Pipes next fastball skips off the glove of Winwoodell and heads all the way to the backstop. So up to second base on the wild pitch is Matkin. 1-1 the count. Still got to focus on the hitter here if you're Alex Pipes in a 3-run game. It's Brandon Bannon out at shortstop. Like for like swap for Jeff Ince. Wasn't sure if they were going to put Harding at shortstop or not, but they'll keep him at second base. Only defensive change for the Rivets. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Here's the leg kick in the pitch. Fastball upstairs, 2-1. Pipes trying to dial it in. Mid-90s fastball and a plus slider when he can control it for a strike. The 2-1. Low and away, 3-1. He's pulling off some of those fastballs. Seeing Trez Rabarchik, that is, get loose again in the Rockford bullpen. Can't imagine the leash is very long for Alex Pipes if he can't find the strike zone. 3-1. Pipes looks back to runner at second. Now comes home. Outside, ball 4. Back-to-back base runners in the 8th. A walk and a hit by pitch. And now it does become troublesome. Gabe Sotris is set to hit for Battle Creek. Out of his crouch to make a mound visit is Linwoodell. Try to calm down Alex Pipes. Sotris is 1 for 3 today. Hit an opposite field double his last time up in the 6th. Was just his 8th hit all season. How big does that RBI single look like for Colton Klein right now? Scored 2 runs for Rockford. Gave them their pad right now in a 10-7 ball game. Pipes has worked himself in and out of trouble on multiple occasions this season. He's going to need to bear down again here. Righty on righty matchup. Sotris against Pipes. 2 on, nobody out. 10-7 game, bottom of the 8th. The pitch. Low and away for ball 1. It's been constantly pulling off that fastball towards that outside part to the righties. They've been seeing it out of the hand really well in this inning. First baseman Mebane in on the cutout at first. Either runner being held on. The pitch. Up and inside, ducking out of the way was Sotris. It pops off the glove of Linwoodell, who was crossed up on the pitch. Pipes is not locating that fastball at all. The wild pitch moves 2 into scoring position. Now Scarra's out. This could be it for Alex Pipes. Yeah, he takes the baseball. His outing's done. Really struggled through 3 hitters. So Trez Rabarchik is on for his 2nd outing in as many nights. One Parkwood arm's going to have to help another out of a jam. Here in the 8th, we'll step aside on the Rivets Baseball Network. Correction, it is not Trez Rabarchek coming in. It's the man who was playing catch with him, Luke Fitton, who's coming in for Rockford here in the 8th. It's all 22s from our vantage point in the bullpen. Must have been a lack of catchers down there for Rockford because of Bannon coming into the game to play the infield. So it's Luke Fitton on to make his 5th appearance in 8 days for Rockford. Struggled to find his off-speed command. Was leaving fastballs over the plate last time out against Madison. He inherits a 2-0 count here against Sotris. First pitch up and away, ball 3. Finn's been good this season for Rockford, but has been worked tirelessly out of the bullpen in recent games. Has 1 save on the season. He's 1-0 with a 9 ERA. 3 earned runs on 4 hits through 2/3 against the Mallards. Back on Thursday. Crowd's getting into it here at MCCU Field. 3-0, nobody out. Pitch away from the bases being loaded. Delivery from Fitton. Inside, ball 4. Bases are loaded. Nowhere to put him with Bobby Nichols coming to the plate. Nichols is 0 for 1 tonight. He pinch hit in the 6th, grounded out to second base against Noah Ruin. Nichols, very good hitter for Battle Creek. 301 average, 14 runs batted in. First pitch to him is a called strike. Fitton hones in with the fastball. Can get it up to 97. Typically sits low to mid 90s. Also has a slider in his back pocket. 0-1 pitch, high leg kick. The delivery, swing and a miss. Foul tipped into the glove of Linwoodell, actually. When he blew the fastball by him, he's ahead 0-2. Bases loaded, nobody out. 10-7, Rivets lead, trying to hang on here in the 8th. Luke Fitton, the closer, on in the 8th. No balls, 2 strikes, a pitch. Swing and a ball sent foul on the first base side. Nichols got enough of it to stay alive. Three straight in the zone after walking Sotris to load the bases. Deep breath in the 0-2. Swing and a ground ball. That's past the diving Bannon into left field for a base hit. 1 run scores. The throw from the left fielder, and Klein is cut off by Bannon. It's a 2-run single, and it's a 1-run ball game. 2 RBIs for Bobby Nichols, 10-9 here in the 8th. Gomez is burned. Pinch hitter for the Battle Jacks, Billy Hancock. Hancock, product of Mount Marty College, 304 hitter. He has a home run, 17 batted in this season. Corners are up for Rockford, middle infield pinched. Still nobody out in the 8th. Fitton looks back the runner at second. Now hones in on home plate the pitch. Upstairs with the fastball, 1-0 to Hancock. 2 for 4 last night. A couple of singles. Big right-handed bat in this Battle Creek lineup. 10-9 ball game. Nobody out in the 8th. 1-0. Swing and a ball popped foul. 1-1 the count to Hancock. Fireworks start to sound in the distance here at MCCU Field. We've seen plenty of them on the diamond tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike, the pitch. Down low, 2-1. 2-1. Swing and a ground ball towards second. Harding around on it. Throws to second for one. Bannon won't have a relay play to make. Sotris up to third. Erased on the fielder's choice is Nichols. Up to first on the play is Hancock. 4-6 put out. One down here in the eighth. And now to the top of this Battle Creek lineup. Fisher Pyatt. 2 for 2 today with a single and a double. He has an RBI and he scored 3 times. A base hit here ties the game for Battle Creek. Corners up, middle infield, back to turn 2 for the Rivets. 1 out, runners on the corners. 10-9 ball game. Fitton against Pyatt. Here's the pitch. First pitch, swing and a miss. Blew the fastball past him. Hard throwing right-hander against the switch hitter, Pyatt. He's taking all his ABs from the left side tonight. Oh, and 1. Low, and the count's even. One ball, one strike. Fitton gets the sign. Now he kicks and deals. Swing and a foul ball off the netting to the left of home plate. 1-2. Sotris on third. He represents the tying run. Go-ahead run on first base in Hancock. Pinch hitter who just hit into a fielder's choice. 1-2 the count on Fisher Pyatt, who is yet to be retired tonight. 1 out, 10-9 game in the bottom of the eighth. Fitton trying to protect the lead for Rockford. Runner goes from first. The pitch swung on, popped foul. Was a breaking ball that was popped up from Pyatt off the roofing here at MCCU Field. Hancock had that base stolen. One and two. Count stays the same to Pyatt. Fitton kicks and deals. The runner from first goes again. The pitch is inside. They won't make a play to second. Stolen base, and now a base hit gives Battle Creek the lead. The margin for error has been erased here for Rockford. They came into the inning with a 3-1 lead. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fitton's pitch. Swing and a pop-up. Into no man's land in foul territory. The third baseman trying to make an underhand catch. He won't. It was Robertson who was rushing out there, but almost wisely lets the ball drop. If he makes that underhand catch over by the Rivets bullpen, it probably scores a run and ties the game. So instead it falls and it stays 2-2. Probably not intentional from Robertson. He sold out for the baseball, but maybe a best case scenario if Fitton can get one past Pyatt here. Rivets badly in need of a pop-up in the infield, a strikeout, something that prevents these runners from advancing. The next 2-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. He got him. Big strikeout for Fitton. 2 down in the eighth. Pyatt retired for the first time today, and there's 2 down. One last piece left to slay. Patrick Mills, left-handed hitting DH. 2 for 4 today with a couple of RBIs. He's doubled and tripled. Also grounded out and struck out looking. First pitch from Fitton's high for ball 1. Want to know the count to Mills. Pitch. Tight. 2-0. Hitter friendly count to Mills. Fitton does have first base open. The 2-0. Pops the glove of Linwoodell. He finds his zone with the fastball for strike 1. Battle Creek has runners on second and third with 2 outs. 10-9, Rivets lead. Here in the last of the eighth. Hard throwing righty from Illinois at Springfield. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Snapped the breaking ball. Mills down to a knee on that hack. And the count's 2-2. Fitton one pitch away from getting out of a huge jam here in the 8th. Inherited from Alex Pipes. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Back-to-back strikeouts against the top of the order for Luke Fitton. He bears down, and Rockford stays in the lead. 10-9 Rivets. We'll head to the 9th after this on the Rivets Baseball Network. Anthony Tejeda still on the mound here in the top of the 9th inning. Rockford needs 10-9 over Battle Creek. He'll face the top 3 hitters in the Rockford order: Crittenberger, Harding, and Mebane. What a job from Luke Fitton to get out of that jam in the 8th, striking out 2, leaving 2 stranded in scoring position for Battle Creek. Crittenberger tonight, 0 for 4, was hit by a pitch and scored in the 6th. Rockford's leadoff man hitting for the 6th time tonight against Anthony Tejeda, the Battle Creek closer. He's in a non-safe situation here. He kicks and deals the first offer, and Crittenberger skies one to left field. Rushing over the left fielder as Grabanski, he runs out of room over towards the Rivets bullpen. It's out of play. Defensive changes all around for Battle Creek. You have Dolney over at first base. Grabanski in the outfield right now and left. Again, Rafael Gomez Jr. is out of this game. Bobby Nichols out in center field. And in right, Jace Matkin. Rest of the infield unchanged for the Battle Jacks. Next pitch to Crittenberger. Takes down low. The count's 1-1. Rockford could use some insurance here. Fitton likely to be ran back out there for the 9th. No action in the Rockford pen. 1-1 pitch is on the outside corner for strike 2. 10 runs on 10 hits, 1 error for Rockford. 9 runs on 10 hits, 1 error for Battle Creek. The 1-2's upstairs, 2-2 with a fastball from Tejeda. Nobody up and throwing in the Battle Creek end either. This is Tejeda's inning as it stands right now in the 9th. Would likely burn him for Battle Creek's final series of the first half. Again, pitching on successive days and pitching very deep in both those outings. 2-2 pitch. Breaking balls, a called strike 3. Crittenberger doesn't like the call. Has a couple words for the home plate umpire. He has to be careful here. He doesn't get thrown out of this game. His defense far too valuable. Brady Parrish rings him up for a called strike 3. He does go down to the dugout. His second time being retired on strikes tonight. It's the second strikeout for Tejeda. One down in the ninth for Brody Harding. 1 for 4 with a walk tonight. First pitch from Tejeda. Swing and a ball blooped foul on the third base side towards the seats. Oh, 1 to Harding. Left-handed bat against the right-handed arm. Base is empty in the ninth. The pitch. Down low, counts even. 1 ball and 1 strike. Upstairs 2-1 as Tejeda misses high with the heater. Road trip ahead for the Rivets tomorrow. They head to Traverse City. 7 o'clock Eastern, first pitch for the 3rd of July special up there at Traverse City with post-game fireworks. And then on the 4th, a 1 p.m. start time. Should be a jam-packed weekend up there at the tourist trap that is Traverse City. Cherry Festival going on. Should be 2 really good crowds on hand for the Rivets and the Pittsbitters. Neither of which have a first half title to play for, but should still be a very exciting time. It's been a pretty great atmosphere here 2 nights at MCCU Field. The crowd's still into it. 1,000 plus on hand. It's 10-9 Rivets in the ninth. 3-1 to Harding. Pitch from Tejeda. Swinging a ground ball, set on the right side. First baseman Dolney fresh into the game. Fields flips to first. Over to cover is Tejeda. 3-1 on the putout. Harding retired for out number 2. Harding retired. It brings up Matthew Mebane. Mebane had a nightmarish start to this game at the dish. Was 0 for his first 3 with 2 ugly-looking strikeouts. But then a bases-clearing double in the 6th. Tied the game at the time at 5 and really got the Rivets back into this one. And then a single and a run scored in the 8th. He led off Rockford's 3-run 8th inning where they were able to take a 10-7 lead. First pitch to him. Other way, lines one to right field. Mackin had him played shallow. He'll make the catch on a hard hit ball from Mebane that retires the side. Rivets go in order in the ninth. 1, 2, 3. They'll set to protect a 1-run lead in the bottom half when we come back here on the Rivets Baseball Network. Rivets trying to shut the door in the ninth. They'll face 3, 4, 5 in the Battle Creek order as Luke Fitton looks to get them over the line. Got out of a huge jam in the 8th, striking out 2, leaving the tying and go-ahead run stranded in scoring position. His second inning of work starts with Joey Grabanski. Grabanski's 0 for 2 tonight, but he does have 2 sacrifice fly RBIs in each of his first 2 at-bats. Power on power, righty on righty matchup. Hard throwing fastball of Fitton against the big power bat of Grabanski. Wide open stance in the righty box to kick off the 9th inning. 10-9 Rivets lead. Fitton standing tall up right on the first base side of the mound. Works exclusively out of the stretch. His first fastball's inside for ball 1. Grabanski, 6 foot, 258 pounds. Fitton on the bump, kicks and deals the 1-0. Rare slider that breaks inside. Grabanski shrugs away as it misses low for ball 2. That had a lot of tail on it. Looked like it was going to hit Grabanski at first. Nearly came back for a strike, but it is inside for 2-0. Hitter friendly count. Not a lot of room for error. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Elevated fastball, blew it by him that time. 2-1 the count. The next pitch. Just below the knees with the fastball. Lynn Waddell tried to bring it up. Fitton snaps his glove back towards home plate umpire in frustration. The count's 3-1. Hitter friendly to Grabanski. 3-1 count. Swing and a ground ball off of home plate, out towards second base. Harding has to go quick on the exchange. He throws the first in time. Mebane dropped the ball on the transfer, led some Battle Jack fans to thinking he was going to be safe. It was clearly on the transfer when he fumbled the baseball. So Grabanski retired, 1 down in the 9th. Brings up the cleanup man, Dylan Kark. Right-handed hitting third baseman from Michigan State's 0 for 4 tonight. Strikeout in his most recent plate appearance. Fitton. First pitch slider. Just inside. A lot of late break again. Kark was ducking out of the way. That pitch nearly broke back for a strike, but it's 1-0. Fitton's pitched a lot. 5th action in 7 days. So the next pitch is a fastball outside, 2-0. You got to wonder if the fatigue starts to catch up with him and he starts to lose that feel for the strike zone. Could be a very big inning for him. He threw 22 pitches just to get out of the 8th. And that's a lot of work for him. Tyler Fletcher's going to come out for a mound visit. Talk to the right-hander. Brandon Bannon, his UIS teammate. Giving him a vote of confidence, as is Dylan Robertson. Making sure he's all good to go. 5 of his 6 pitches this inning have been out of the strike zone. He's thrown 28 pitches tonight. Again, 5th action in the last 8 days for Fitton. Somebody who didn't throw a lot at UIS this spring. And that's a lot of volume for any closer, especially when playing every day. Something to be wary of. It's 2-0 to Kark. But Fitton looking for a 6-out save, his 2nd save in the Northwoods League this season. Kark represents a tying run in the box. 2-0, 1 out in the 9th. 10-9 Rivets. Fitton, high leg kick in the delivery. Fastball laced foul down the third base line. If it was fair, it was in the corner for extra bases. He ambushed an inside fastball. Just out in front. The count goes to 2-1. Klein back to his spot in left field. 2-1 the count. After the brief delay, Fitton kicks and deals. Fastball low and away, 3-1. Well, you know Kark's looking in one spot. He's looking to turn around on one. If you can find that outside corner of the zone, swing and miss to be had. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. There it is. Fastball, and he comes up empty on the outer third, pulling off the pitch, and the count's full. Huge payoff on the way. 1 out, bases empty in the 9th. 10-9 Rivets lead. Fitton. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a line shot. Robertson fields it on the short hop. His throw to first in time. 2 down. That ball was smoked off the bat of Dylan Kark. Credit goes to Dylan Robertson. That's actually Nick DeMarco, who's out there at third base off the defensive change. Excuse me. But DeMarco made a really nice play, ranging over to his left to pick that on the short hop and throw it over to first base. Two outs, Jace Mackin. Last hope for Battle Creek. And the last out to get for Rockford. First pitch to him. Fastball called strike at the letters. Mackin's 1 for 3 tonight. Has scored twice. Singled and scored in the 6th, hit by a pitch and scored in the 8th. Represents a tying run, the 0-1. Strike 2. Fastball at the knees this time. It freezes Matkin again. And Rockford's 1 strike away. 3 straight losses for the Rivets, but they have a chance to get their first win in the state of Michigan this season, trailing twice in this one. They have a 10-9 lead. 0-2, 2 outs. Luke Fitton, the pitch. Called strike 3. There's your ball game. Mackin rung up on 3 straight heaters and a 6-out save for Luke Fitton. And the Rockford Rivets walk away with a split in Battle Creek. They take it 10-9 over the Battle Jacks. What a comeback in Battle Creek for Rockford. Team morale needed a win badly, and the Rivets got one tonight. 10 runs on 10 hits, 1 error. Battle Creek, 9 runs on 10 hits, 1 error for the Battle Jacks. And it's Luke Fitton walking away with his 2nd save of the season. What a game. We'll be back to wrap it up here in a second on the Rivets Baseball Network. Back to wrap it up here from MCCU Field. Rockford takes it 10-9 over the Battle Creek Battle Jacks. What a game. Did not start favorably for the Rivets at all. Sour taste in the mouth early on as they got gut punched by this Battle Creek team. They trailed 5-2 at one point in the early innings of this game. Battle Creek scored 1 in the 1st. They scored 3 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th and 5th respectively, taking a 5-2 lead. And Rockford looked like they were headed for another road sweep in the state of Michigan. Would have been their 3rd already this season. But then the offense got it turned on. 2 runs in the top of the 4th provided a little bit of a spark. And then Matthew Mebin, a bases clearing double, made it a 5-5 ball game against the Battle Creek bullpen where Rockford really had most of their success. Starter Dominic Hann went 4+ innings, only allowed 2 earned runs, left the bases stranded with Rockford in scoring position twice, bases loaded on 1 occasion, and on 2 occasions, actually, when he wiggled out of his jam in the 4th. So Hann did well with base runners on and was able to limit the damage of this Rockford offense. But then the Rivets opened the floodgates against this Battle Creek pen. 3 runs against Caleb Lanou on the Mebin bases clearing double. They get 2 more in the next inning off Jacob Lykin, off RBIs from Colton Klein and Jeff Ince. And then Colton Klein again, after some small ball from the Rivets that included Dustin Allen stealing home plate to give them a 7-6 lead. Colton Klein came up with another 2-run single in the 8th. They made it 10-7 at the time. 2 runs across in the 8th after Alex Pipes struggled again out of the bullpen, but Luke Fitton was able to make a 6-out save and limit the damage in that 8th inning before retiring the side in order in the 9th. Not the best day for starter Ross Thompson, who did go 5 2/3 but allowed 6 earned runs. Big credit goes to Noah Ruin, who got through an inning and a 1/3 scoreless. He gets the well-deserved win. Still has not allowed an earned run since opening day, and his ERA has now dropped below 1. And that's somebody you have to take a look at to be a Northwoods League All-Star. The Tyler Junior College right-hander has been spectacular. He's 2-0 on the season. The loss goes to Knust, who drops to 2-2. And Luke Fitton's 2nd save of the summer in a game that took just under 3 hours, 35 minutes to complete. Once again, our final score, Rockford 10, Battle Creek 9. We'll be with you from Turtle Creek Stadium each of the next 2 games. A 7 p.m. Eastern Time first pitch tomorrow. A little 4th of July Eve special. Hope you'll join us here on the Rivets Baseball Network. But for